What is going on, Papa Fam? Welcome back to another build. It is so good to be back, guys. I'm so excited for today. Smash the thumbs up button if you're excited. This is going to be so much fun. Okay, we're going to be building the Google Docs clone. This is a new, fresh build, and I'm really excited because I'm going to be teaching so many new things today. So let me know in the comments if you are excited and if you want a preview about what we're going to build today. Let me know. I want to hear it right now. Let's go, guys. It's so good to be back. Wow. Hey, there we go. The comments come rolling in. Nice. Guys, we're going to be building Google Docs with Next.js, React, Tailwind, and all that good stuff. I'm going to go ahead and show you right now what we're going to build, so that way we can jump straight into it without further ado. Let's check it out, Papa Fam. This is what we're building today. Google Docs. Let's go ahead and log in. Full NextAuth authentication. So I'm going to go ahead and pop in a login. Check this out, guys. And then there you go. We are in. We've got a lovely UI. In fact, I'm actually going to log out. So we have full login, log out. I'm going to show you on my main account. Let's go and sign in with Google. Check this out, guys. Look at this, guys. Fully responsive. Yes, completely responsive. This will work on a phone perfectly. There's no issues. I've tested it all out. Check this out, guys. If I click Dear YouTube, boom, full Google Docs. That is awesome, man. Look at this. We have a rich text editor, sticks to the top right here. Lovely. Looks good. You can have pictures. You can change your font. You can do everything you need to do. Material UI is as well in this one. Aldo, what's up, dude? We got some Papa Fam members in the house. Good to see everyone. Let's go ahead and click back and check this out, guys. If I click a different document, boom, we get the new document, which is incredible, right? And look, completely responsive. This whole thing works as you expect it to. This is dope. And you can go ahead, change the font size, do all your stuff like you would in Google Docs, and it just works. And we even have page transitions. So can you see at the top, we have this nice little loader when we switch screen, right? So much new tech that we're going to be diving into today. A lot of fun, right? A lot of fun. Now check this out. Let's go back. If you want to click on blank, boom, nice little carousel. We've already got the first donation. Thank you so much, Rowan. It says respect for you, bro. Appreciate you, dude. Let's go ahead and say, what's up, Papa Fam? Let's call the doc that. Let's click create or enter. And then boom, we have our new document. This is awesome. Check it out, guys. Works. Everything works. Even your keyboard shortcuts work. So if I go ahead and hit Command B, there you go. That's awesome, right? Let's go ahead and see if it's fully responsive, like I said. There we go, guys. Look, completely responsive. See as it changes screenshot size. Aha, look at that. Amazing stuff, guys. And the whole screen will just go ahead and adapt as we need it to. Look at this. Awesome, awesome stuff. If that's pretty cool, then let me know in the chat right now. And guys, today's video, if you want to keep up with me on today's video, so most times I would say watch it, you know, have a bit of fun when you're watching it and kind of then go ahead and do it afterwards and then take your time with it and do all that good stuff. But if you want to actually keep up with me today, then make sure you take advantage. So I sorted you out. Your boy Papa Ria sorted you out. I've actually gone ahead and I'm working with the guys over at Tabnine, and we've got you a 50% off. Yes, 50% off a pro plan. So I use Tabnine. If you don't know what that is, it's pretty much code completion. So it's code completion is an extension for VS Code, and it pretty much helps me code at the speed I code at. So if you want help for that, then definitely check it out. Now, the reason why I love this over anything else is because I still think the developer should have the pretty much the overall input when they're coding, right? It shouldn't be down to too much kind of auto completion. So Tabnine is the perfect middle ground for me. I found it's worked perfectly for what I need to do. The first link in the description, literally 50% off. Boom, there you go. Check it out. Yeah, simple as that. You guys get 50% off. And yeah, it's going to be awesome. So let me know if you guys are excited about that. And also, I went a step further. If you haven't actually signed up to the newsletter and you don't know already, we already actually went ahead and pushed our React Basics course over to Skillshare. So now I give you a free 1 month's access to Skillshare, and that's the second link in the description. And pretty much if you find any of this stuff too difficult, if you struggle with React, then you can go ahead and literally get 1 month free over at Skillshare, and you're gonna go ahead and have my complete React Basics course, which is worth telling you. That stuff is good. I'm not even just blowing my own trumpet. Go check it out for yourself. It's free, like I said. And plus you get access to all their, all their other stuff that they have over at Skillshare. So I've been watching it, and I've actually been upgrading my video editing game. So, we're gonna go ahead and upgrade the content. If you haven't already seen, 2 videos were dropped, and I've got loads coming. So I'm back in the game. Your boy Papa React is back, and we're just gonna keep on going at a bigger pace than we have ever done before. And yes, I'm bringing React Native content. So stay tuned, okay? Now this build is powered by Firebase, right? So we're gonna be using Firebase to power this build. And I've actually done something new here. So you can see right now, loads of people have signed up accounts. You're probably wondering, what the hell? We've never seen this before. All the users are being like, you see, I can see people signing up and everything. This is basically connected to NextAuth authentication. So when you sign in now, all the users, the sessions, let's go ahead and actually check who's on this, who's on right now. Hit sessions. Look, we have this many users on right now with a session. That means they're logged in and they have an active session. This happens automatically. You're going to learn how to do all of this today, right? On top of that, we have our actual implementation for the documents. So here you can see you've got everyone who signed up. Apologies if your email just got shouted out, but there you go. And you can pretty much see this is how we're going to store it. So we're storing it in a Firestore NoSQL database. So if this is exciting for you guys, then let me know and get pumped up. Okay, so get your coffee, get your water, get everything you need, and we're going to go ahead and move at an incredible pace today. Mr. Lemon says, Sonny, I landed my first job because of you. That's incredible, dude. Well done. I love seeing that stuff. Let me know, because it gets me hyped up. We have literally over 400 people across platforms right now watching. So that is insane. And we pretty much have, I can't even see the live YouTube count because it's pretty much moving so quick. So guys, go ahead and smash that thumbs up button, and let's get it to 400 likes just before this video. Let's go ahead and get this started, because that gets me pumped up. Now, Tailwind did us a massive favor. We're gonna go ahead and get started, but you don't need to do all that boring setup as you did before. Now they have a nice little Tailwind example that sets everything up for us in one simple command with Next.js. So we're gonna be using Next.js today. If you haven't used it, don't worry. It's completely, beginner friendly. Don't freak out. And if you're enjoying the music as well, there's a link in the description. So much stuff coming, including a new podcast. Stay tuned for that. Yep, your boy's coming out with a podcast. So that's going to be a lot of fun as well. So hit that newsletter in the description, sign up. It's just so much fun. Honestly, we have so much stuff coming. Papa Fam is stronger than it has ever been before. I'm going to go ahead and change the track now. And what song is this? Let's have a look. Okay, let's start with this one. All right, are you guys ready to get started? Let's do it. Nice. Let's do this. Okay. Smash the thumbs up. Let's do this. So build Google Docs, guys. One more chance to having a look at what we're building today. If you want to check it out, it's over at sunnysanger.com. So you can actually go ahead and play with this app for yourself to see that we're not messing around. Now I'm going to go ahead and quickly write down what we're covering inside this app today, okay? So what we're going to be covering today is we have React. React is basically the bones to everything, okay? So, oops, once again, do that. We have React, but that's pretty much going to power everything that you're seeing today, right? React is pretty amazing by itself, but we're going to be using Next.js. So Next.js is basically how we can implement like hybrid kind of server-side functionality and static site generation and all that good stuff. And if none of that makes sense, just know that it's damn good to know, right? But it's damn good to know, because once you know React, you just need to level up and know where you're going to be going in the future. Just know that you're going to make a hell of a lot of money doing this stuff, because these are skills that are in demand. React, Next.js, Tailwind is what is making this entire website responsive. It provides CSS utility classes, so we're going to be using Tailwind CSS, and those guys are awesome. If they're ever watching this video, just drop a comment, guys, because I really do appreciate the work you guys are doing. We also are combining this with the Material UI. So yes, we're combining Tailwind and Material UI today, and we're actually using a Material UI library which is powered by Tailwind. So a lot of fun over there, right? So a lot of good stuff there. And then we actually have Firebase. Cool, we have Firebase, and that is going to be using Firestore. Right, we will be using the Google authentication portion there. And then on top of all of that, guys, we actually have NextAuth to power it, okay? And the new feature, which is powering all of this rich text editor functionality, which even allows us to have pictures like you can see over here, right? That's going to be using something called draft.js. So if you don't notice already, most of my builds, every single one has a little gem. right? So even if you watch some of my builds, go back and watch all of them, because the reason being is you're gonna have something new in every single one, and that's my mission. My mission is to always be delivering something new, okay, in every single build, and then you basically get that pattern recognition, and you can go ahead and learn and learn and learn and just, you know, get that job and change your life. Okay, that's my goal for everyone, right? So now we've got this Draft.js, and then we're gonna be pretty much combining all of this to build this beautiful app, okay? Now, every time we hit a milestone, whether it's 400 likes, 500 likes, 1,000 likes, I want you to go ahead and shout it out in the comments, because it gets my energy up, all right? And before we get started, remember, get your coffee, get your water. We actually hit 450, 430 likes already. Damn, guys, let's get to 500. Let's keep on going. And before we get started, quick water break. Glass water bottle, gang. Right. This is going to be using server-side rendering as well today. So if you want to know about that, then we're going to be covering it today, okay? SSR. Right? Now, I do cover all of these topics inside of Zero to Full Stack Hero. There's a link in the description if you want to join. But, you know, like I said, let's jump into this build today, guys. So, first step to getting started, okay? Oh, look at this, guys. 400 people across platforms. Damn. JM Ninja, what's up, dude? Good to see you in the house. So many people got internships. So many people got jobs. I love this stuff. I'm reading the comments right now. This is, Yuji Val says, Sonny, I landed my first job because of you. That's sick, dude. That's sick. That's what I like to see. It makes me feel like, you know, this is what we need to do, right? Okay, let's get started, guys. First thing you want to do, go to Tailwind CSS, and there is a Next.js section over there, right? And it says install Tailwind CSS with Next.js. So before, we had to do all this kind of cumbersome headache of a setup process, right? It wasn't that bad, but it was just a bit of a headache, right? And then you had to, you know, carefully tweak everything the way we needed it to. Now you don't need to do any of that. They realized that everyone loves Next.js, everyone loves Tailwind. They made an example, and boom, it makes the whole process a lot easier. So what you want to do is grab this command right here, okay? And then you want to go ahead, open up a terminal. Now, once you've got your terminal open, you're going to go ahead and make it bigger. I'll make it bigger for you guys so you can see. And remember, don't worry if this is too quick. You can go ahead, take your time, and then, you know, you can do this afterwards. It's completely all good. And remember, guys, hit that link in the description for Skillshare. So join Tabnine if you want to keep up right now. And then the second link, Skillshare. If you're getting stuck at any point and you don't understand the React basics, what the heck is state, props, all that stuff, use that class. It's free. I worked that deal out for you guys, so get it for free. Okay, use it. Literally, it's free stuff. If anyone complains that it's not free, I don't know how much free content I can give. All right, let's do this. William, what's up, dude? Good to see you. Right, so we're gonna go into my documents, and then I'm gonna go into my builds folder. Cool. Now, once we're inside a designated folder, I'm gonna go ahead and hit paste. So we're using npx create next app. So this is actually not create React app, it's create next app. And then this is the new part, -e. This means we're gonna be using a template, sort of like, you know, it's technically stands for an example, but we're gonna be using a template called with Tailwind CSS. And that just does all the setup for us, okay? And then what we're gonna do is, rather than my project, I'm gonna say Google Docs YouTube. Hit enter on that, right? And that should pretty much do it all. And then here you might have to hit Y, cool, right? Let that kind of install, set everything up. Love your comments, guys, honestly. Thank you so much, right? I have a huge, by the way, if you haven't already checked out, check out the 12-hour crash course. That's huge. It's such a sick build. We took so much time to do that course, and we've actually got another one, a Next.js 12-hour, 13-hour, I think. We took ages to edit this stuff, guys, but we do it for you, and that's coming out soon as well. Okay, now don't worry about that. We can upgrade that later. So we're gonna go ahead and CD into our Google Docs YouTube clone. Okay, now we're in, all right? Now what I'm gonna do is hit code dot, and that will go ahead and open up my code directory for us, all right? So now you can see we've got getting started, so I can close that terminal behind us. And what we typically like to do is set up our coding environment. Now I like to have a separate window open, and it always allows us to work in a bit more smoother workflow. Now, once we have this open, what we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and hit the pages directory. Now, I'm gonna quickly give you an overview if you're new to Next.js, okay? Do not be scared of Next.js. The first thing you wanna do is get this app up and running, right? So what we're gonna do is hit Command J, and then you'll get a terminal pop up inside of VS Code. Now, I'm gonna make this a little bit bigger for you guys because I think it's a bit hard to see, right? That should help you out, right? So now once we've got this open, we're gonna go ahead and do yarn C is package lock right now, which means we're using npm. I like to use yarn, right? We're not going to get into this debate right now. So what I can do here is I can delete the package lock, and then I can simply just run yarn, and this will start installing all the dependencies with yarn. Okay. If you've ever find yourself with if you ever find yourself with a lock file, you know, a yarn lock or package lock, then you can just go ahead and delete the one that you don't want and then go with yarn or npm. I like yarn. It just feels a bit more clean, and that's my sort of preference. It doesn't matter though. Okay. Do not matter. Aldo says the stream is so clean. Love that, dude. Appreciate you. All right. So while this is loading, let's go ahead and break down Next.js. So the difference between Next.js and React, right? React is a library built by the guys over at Facebook. Allows us to create the amazing apps that you know and you pretty much know me for, right? So that is pretty much the power behind all of our apps that we're building. Now, what happened was, you know, we can use React in loads of different ways. So these guys over at Versal came along and pretty much introduced Next.js. Next.js is a framework, right? It's a framework for how we use React. So let's not get it confused. It's not replacing React. It's on top, and it's kind of like how we use React. It's a framework. Okay. So there we go. Our dependencies have been set up. Now we can go ahead and hit yarn, run dev, or you can just do yarn dev. Okay. But it's not yarn start or npm start. It's npm run dev or yarn run dev. That's how we do it. Okay. Now this will go ahead and spin up our localhost 3000. Right. And if you guys haven't already, then oh my god, we have 420 viewers. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about. This channel is growing so fast, guys. And already, if you haven't, join the Discord server. Those guys in the Discord server right now, Avnish, a bunch of other amazing students, are building Audible as an open source project. So this is what we do at the Papa Fam. We make moves. All right. So this is gone ahead and compiled. You can see it's a server running. So we're going to go ahead and command click this, and you should be able to see our next step. So once you get to this screen, it's awesome, right? This looks really, really good. And this is basically the starting template. And it has done it all with Tailwind. So this is actually using Tailwind behind the scenes. Now, again, if you haven't used Tailwind, don't worry, don't freak out. But we can go ahead and cover that in another video. Oh, Cogito, Ergo Sum says, keep it going, you rock. $10 donation. Appreciate it, dude. That's just paid for a bit of sushi later on. Thank you. Right, so better call Merban. Right, so I'm going to go ahead and... Oh, we have 500 likes. What is happening today, guys? Holy. Right, let's carry on. So I'm going to go ahead and go back to my code. Now, over here, guys, the really nice thing about Next.js is what you typically would have in a React app is React Router. And React Router allows us to have several pages on an app, right? So previously, you know, we don't always want to have... you know, one page on an app. We need several pages. We need a contact me page. We need a login screen. We need all this other stuff. So we need to introduce something like React Router. But with Next.js, like I said, it's a framework. We have this built in, and this is happening in front of us based on the page file name. Okay, so the file name determines the page route. So I'm going to show you guys how this one works. So if we got index.js, this is the starting point. So as you can see, this is where we pretty much start. And welcome to Next.js. You can see everything is happening that renders this out here, right? And you can see the class names here are being applied. And this is all pretty much, you know, this is all from Tailwind CSS. So everything is looking pretty good at this point, guys. So what we're going to do now is go ahead, cut out all the main stuff. Okay, awesome. Looks good. And then over here, we've got this new head component. Now, this is new to Next.js, right? Oh, wow, we're nearly 500 viewers. Wow, oh my God. Right, this is a new head component. This allows you to actually go ahead and update. Oh, thank you, Mayank, for another donation. This allows you to go ahead and change anything inside the head portion of the HTML document based on your page. Now, I'll explain what I mean by that. This is the home page, okay? So if I was to try and go to, let's say, /contact, you're going to see a 404. Now, as you can imagine, this isn't actually in Create React app. We don't get this normally. This is Next.js. 404 means the page is not found. Now, if we wanted to implement a, let's just say a contact page, what we could do here is we could create a new page called contact.js. Okay. Now we're using snippets here. So I'm going to use _rfce and then boom. And now I'm going to go ahead and make sure your actual inside your file, you're keeping up to standards. And then I can go ahead and say h1 contact me and hit save. Okay. And if you see this now, if we go back and we refresh, look what happens. Because like I said, it goes ahead and uses the page root, right? So it's pretty much the file name. So in this case, contact.js is inside the pages folder. It uses that to determine that that is now a page on our site. right? So we have built-in page routing, and the amazing thing about Next.js is that it only serves the data, let's say, for the page that you're visiting. It doesn't, whereas React by itself delivers the entire app, right? It bundles the entire app and throws it at you. Next.js does something called page splitting or code splitting, and it pretty much, it only sends you what you need. That means your app pretty much is much quicker to load. Everything is much nicer, okay? So let's go ahead and do this. So I'm gonna delete the contact.js as an example to get started off. Okay, so let's have our code next to us over here, and then let's have everything so that way we can see it all. Computer's starting to get a little bit choppy, but hopefully we should be good to go for this, don't worry. Okay. Right. I'm gonna go ahead and pop this over here, and then let's go to our home screen. Cool. So now we're at the home screen and we have everything up and running. Now I'm gonna make this a little bit smaller. Okay, there you go, there we have it. And what we're gonna do first is let's kind of think about what we need inside of our app, okay? So if we go back to our main application over here, we have the header, okay? So if let's look at this app, we have the nice little header over here, right? So this header is what I wanna go ahead and start with, right? So as you can imagine, this is on the home screen, so you can see home, right? There's no kind of, you know, / login or / anything else. So I'm gonna go ahead and build this part first. And you can see it's actually got Material UI. You can see these buttons have that nice ripple effect that we know and love. So we can go ahead and use that as well. Okay, so what I'm gonna do now, and also before I forgot to mention, look at that, when we go over our search bar, how nice is that? So I'm gonna show you how to do all of this in today's build. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and firstly change this to be Google Docs clone. So this will actually change the title. Up here you can see it says create next app. So I'm gonna say Google Docs clone, hit save. Okay, now we are gonna set up later on. And don't worry if this is a bit confusing, it just takes time, it takes practice, it's all good guys, just stick with me, okay? So we have a clean slate now, right? First thing we're gonna do is build the header, okay? So the header is gonna be a component that represents this top portion over here, okay? So first thing we're gonna do is I'm gonna create a components folder, right? So let's go ahead and go over to our components folder. So I'm gonna click on pages over here, and I'm gonna click on package.json to get at that level, click the folder icon and hit components, okay? So now we have a components folder. Now all of the pages on the site live in the pages folder. All the components in the site live in the components folder. So inside the components folder, I'm gonna create a component called header.js, okay? Now here I'll say _RFCE, boom. Now we have our header open, and then I'm gonna go ahead and save the file. I'm gonna go back to my index.js, and I'm going to import that file. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and say header, like so. And you can see Tabnine is coming in clutch. And then let's go ahead and import. So sometimes you guys ask me, how do you do that quick import trick that you always do? And sometimes it comes up, sometimes it's a little bit of a headache. But in this case, if it doesn't pop up, you can go ahead and say import header from, and then we can just go ahead and do the following. So it's going to be inside of our components folder, and it's going to be the header itself. Okay, Benita says, learn React from Sunny, now learning Next.js from him. That's what I'm talking about. You know, guys, keep leveling up, keep pushing your knowledge. How many we at right now? We are at nearly 600 likes. Let's go, guys. We are growing at such an incredible rate. If you haven't already subscribed, make sure you hit the subscribe button. It helps the channel grow massively. There's like 50% of you that haven't subscribed. Just, you know, hit that little button, right? Marcy says, do you already have this entire thing done? And just copy one. Yeah, so basically I do prep clones beforehand, otherwise it's impossible to teach and clone at the same time. So yeah, but what we do in our coaching course inside 0 to Full Stack Hero is I actually build them on the fly. So if I get stuck, you'll see it, right? But you still get stuck at these points, so can't always underestimate this, right? So now what we're gonna do, guys, is we're gonna go ahead and create our header component, okay? Now the computer is being a little bit janky, so we're gonna have to trust it on this, okay? Okay. Oh, I was wondering how YouTubers do that. Yeah, we have to prep it, dude. Otherwise, it's gonna be oh my god, that'll be crazy, right? So inside the header.js, let's go ahead and open this up. Okay, things are moving a bit slow right now, but we should be okay. Okay, now I'm wondering if there's a way that I can, you know, maybe I can put this in like an optimized mode. That's all right. Let's leave it. Let's not mess around with anything while I'm live. Okay. So I'm going to go to my header. Oh, come on. It's being so slow. Okay. I'm going to go to my header and then we're going to go ahead and use the following. So rather than, you know, we're going to have at the top, remember I said it was sticky. So as we kind of scroll down, this is going to actually stick to the top of the page, right? So what I do want to have here is firstly, this is going to be a flex box. So everything's going to be flex in this container and it's going to be responsive. Okay. So first thing I want to do is actually go into my div and I'm going to say as a flex box. So the way we do it in Tailwind CSS is we go ahead and say class name. And inside of here, we say it's a flex, right? So a very nice thing about Tailwind is you pretty much just write these utility classes and it works, okay? So flex, we want to have all the items in the center. So on the pretty much y-axis, it's going to be in the center. And then I'm going to go ahead and add all the rest of it in afterwards. That way you can see what's going on, okay? Now I'm going to actually have a button here, right? So this is actually a button that we're going to need. Now the button that I'm going to need comes from something called Material Tailwind. Right, so this is actually a new library that I haven't actually shown before, and I'm going to show this off to you guys right now. And I'm not sure if it's actually my epidemic sound which is slowing me down, but let's go ahead and try. I'm going to try and close my epidemic sounds and see if that kind of frees up a bit of space for the RAM, because it seems to be going a bit haywire right now. Okay, so now once we have that, I'm going to go ahead and install Material Tailwind. Okay, so I'm going to say Material Tailwind. And it should be something like Creative Tim. There we are, the first one. So click this and then you'll get to this page, okay? So this is the one that we're going to be using in today's build. So to install it, you see you can use yarn or npm. I'm going to use yarn, so I'm just going to copy this line over here and I'm going to go back to our code and I'm going to do Command J, wait for it. Oh God, guys, you're going to have to be patient with this one because it's taking a little bit of time. Right, then we're going to click on the plus button, okay? So we click the plus button. And then once that loads up, we can go ahead and do yarn add, and then it should work for us. Okay. So let's go ahead and do yarn add. There we are, right? Material Tailwind React E. Perfect. Okay. And now what we can do is we can go ahead, and I'm not sure if it's actually let's close that for a sec. So the next thing we need to do is actually import Material Tailwind style sheet. Okay. So there's a few ways you can actually do this. Right, the way that I have done it is I need to double check. Billy says he just got a job as well. That's incredible, dude. I love to see that you got a job. Anyone else who gets a job, make sure you let me know, because it really does get the energy up and help me out so much in terms of, you know, knowing that I'm delivering value to you guys. So what we're going to do next is we're going to grab this import, right? And we're going to wait until this resolves. Oh my God. The demo gods are always against us, but you know, we'll get through it. And then I'm going to go to my index, and then at the top over here, I'm going to go ahead, and it's not actually going to be an index. Index is the page, because that's our home page. I'm going to do Command B, and this underscore app.js. This is like a global starting point for the app, right? So this is pretty much where everything kind of gets pulled in from. So at this point, you can see that each component gets rendered out here. So this is the same as kind of the app.js file inside of, you know, inside of the Create React app. So now we're going to go ahead and import our Material Tailwind, right? So it's actually installing a dependency right now. We just have to be super patient. It's okay, right? And then what we're going to do is once we've done that, I'm going to hit save, and it'll probably freak out until it installs, which is okay. All right, so once that's done, I'm going to click on my header. Right. And then we're going to go ahead and I'm going to try a little trick for a second, okay? Which is going to maybe get a bit janky. Everything's going to go a bit weird, but I'm going to go ahead and just do a little kind of tweak right now. So wait for it to come back. What I do there is I simply, you know, disconnect my HDMI, plug in my HDMI, and it frees up my VRAM somehow. So weird little hack if you're ever doing that and you've run into that problem. Okay, so now we have header.js, so let's carry on. Okay, cool. Now we've got this, and see, now my computer is a bit faster. I have no idea why that happens. There seems to be a little bit of an issue. Okay, so now we've got the header. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to pull in a button from that Material UI dependency that we just installed, okay? So I'm going to go ahead and go to the top over here, and I'm going to pop this in button. Now the button that we're going to use, we're also going to have an icon inside of it, okay? So firstly, let's go back to the docs, and you can see, look, link material icons fonts to your project. So not only do we need to include the Tailwind, there's a sort of CSS file for everything, we also need to include the icons link because we need those icons when we're building our app. The icons are pretty much the things that we see at the top of the page, right? So if we go back to our app over here, we can see at the top, these are icons, right? All of these little bits and bobs, they're going to be icons, okay? So what I can do right now is I can go back over here and I can do, firstly, I'm going to import the icon at the top of the page. And then I'm going to go ahead here. Hey, Prashun, how's it going, dude? So we can see we import the icon, but we actually need to do an import of the actual like resources, the sort of, you know, the CSS files and all that stuff. We need to actually import that as well. So the way I'm going to do that is I'm going to make use of that new head component inside of Next.js. I'm going to say import the head from next/head. Okay. And what this allows me to do is right now we're just returning this single component. But if I put parentheses around the component, drop this on a new line, now what I can do is I can actually have a bit more inside of the return block. So I'm going to wrap the entire thing in a fragment, which is the same thing as a div, right? So this is just pretty much allows us to have two components next to each other. If you don't have a fragment or any kind of parent, it's going to go ahead and freak out, okay? So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to say we're going to have the head component, which allows us to inject things inside of the head. And then I'm going to go ahead and say, I'm going to import that little magic line of code that it gave us. Oops, not that one. So I'm going to import this magic bit of, you know, link over here. So this will go ahead and pull in the material icons from Fonts Google APIs. Right. So now we've got all the icons that we need imported into our project. So if I click on header, now we can carry on. Okay. So let's implement our first button. Okay, so the way that we put in this first button is it actually has a bunch of like very nice props that we can pass to the button. So I'm going to go ahead and show you those right now. So I'll go ahead and pop it in and you guys can see what we do. So we have a button. Let me go ahead and pop this in. Oh, Jonatas says, hashtag Papa, I love you. I got a job because of you. Awesome stuff from Brazil. 5R donation. Not sure what that is. Is that pesos? But thank you so much, dude. Amazing stuff for getting that job. That killed it, dude. Thank you so much. That is awesome to see that, man. Right. And we have literally nearly 700 likes. Oh my God, that's insane. Right, so I'm going to hit save now and we should be able to see our first bit of, you know, something on the screen. Okay. So if we go back to our index, make sure we're pulling this in. So we've got our header happening over here. And am I zoomed in or what is going on here? Okay. Let's go back to the header. And oh God, you have to bear with me, guys. This is running very slow right now. Right. So right now we have no button that is visible. So we need to go ahead and debug that. See what's going on. Firstly, to debug it, let's just go ahead and see if we're on the right page. Right. So let's go ahead and do H1. Let's just do hello. And you can see, okay, so we are getting something, right? It's just a case of seeing this icon for itself. Okay. So right now we're not seeing anything on the screen. So we need to see why we're not seeing this on the screen right now. Okay, so what I would typically do is because we imported a bunch of new things, we installed a bunch of dependencies. Then what I would do is go over to Node and I'm going to do Control C and I'm going to do yarn run dev again. Okay, guys, keep the chat positive, right? It's very slow when you're streaming because there's a lot of resources at hand being used as well as coding. So that's why we have to take our time. Otherwise, the computer's just going to freak out, right? For some reason, Next.js seems to take up a little bit more when I'm live, right? So let's go ahead and wait for this server to restart. And then I'm going to go ahead and do this. So wait for it. Okay. So now wait for this to start. Come on. We don't let this stuff beat us, guys. Don't worry. We're going to keep on going. Okay. But let's just double check. So we've got our app.js over here. We've got our material tailwind. We do import our fonts and stuff like that we need. Perfect stuff. Okay. And then let's refresh. Okay. Oh my God, the computers are freezing. I need to go ahead and just get a water-cooled super machine and just get that thing running when I'm streaming, honestly. right? In the meantime, let's see what we have here. So pretty much this is how you would use it, okay? So once you've actually imported your material icons, then you would go ahead and simply import your button component. And here you can see this is how you do it. So you have the button itself, and then you'll have the different things. Now, I think I know why that was happening, because the color is gray. So it's most likely super dark to see that. So if we go back to our header over here, then we should do over here. Boom, boom. I will be getting the M1, 100%, dude. Oh no, okay, so it's because it's hidden. God, right, no, it's not. Okay, interesting. Right, so let's go ahead and change this color. So let's do color, let's just do blue and hit save. Okay, never mind, we'll fix this. Flex item center material H20 and okay, well for now anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and pop in the next icon and the next H1, and then we can go ahead and continue on, and hopefully at least we start to see something on the screen, and then we can debug. Okay, so there you go. Okay, so it did come in. Right, perfect, it did come through. All right, so what we were actually missing there was that this was actually for the description. So this one is working. Now it's for the menu icon that it's not showing up. So that menu icon, I mean, I'm being silly here and the background isn't a different color. Let's just do BG red 500. That allows us to change the background. Class name hidden. Yeah, I did see that, but I don't think it's actually because of that. Oh my God. All right, it was because of that. But that's not the case, because right now we are not on a small screen. By default, it's hidden. Interesting. Okay. Anyway, we can attack that. For now, let's just change it. So let's get rid of our responsiveness, and we'll just have it on the screen. There we go. Cool. So there you go, right? So well done, guys. We got past it. Part of the debugging journey. Even if you prep, you still run into this stuff, but it's all good. We got flex item center. Cool. Now we have this. All right, so you can see this is pretty good. Like, we get the ripple, we get everything else that we wanted, and we have docs. Now docs is not going to be seen because it says text gray, but that should be okay. This is weird. Oh no, okay, it's not that. It's because of this. All right, so what I actually want to do is, firstly, I want to stick this header to the top of the screen. Okay, so firstly, I want to do is fix a few of this stuff, because right now we're centering everything. So I want to get rid of all of that, because that's just breaking everything. So we're going to go back to our home, hit save. And you can see now it's at the top, okay? And then we go back to our header.js. And then what we're gonna do here is at the top of this, I want this to always stick to the top. So I do sticky, I say top 0, because I wanna kind of have it stuck to the top. And then I'm gonna say Z50. Now Z50 is important because whenever you have something that's stuck to the top, it should be the one thing that is kind of above everything else. So that should be layered above it. So Z index is basically where you can layer. Right, so we want it to be at the top, right? So there you go, works pretty good. And we have fixed our issue. Okay, now we've got text gray, inline, flex. So for some reason our thing is being a bit weird, but that's all good. Now at the top, what I want to do is we've got our flex item center. I'm going to give it a padding on the X of 4. So here right now it's touching too close to the sides. So I could do PX4, which will give us a padding on the sides. So you see it jumped in a little bit. And then I could do a padding on the Y-axis of 2. And it'll go down a little bit. There you go. It's very subtle changes, right? And then I'm going to add a shadow. So I'm going to say shadow MD. And this shadow, there you go. Now we have our nice little shadow. Okay. So slowly progressing. Right? And then we're going to make the background white. Right? So BG white. Okay. And now the reason why you're probably wondering, something is white, right? No, it's not. By default, it's transparent until you add BG white, which means that it would be see-through if we ever have anything behind it. Okay, so this looks pretty good. Now, obviously, we don't see our text yet, so I need to figure out why. So obviously, we've got this hidden MD inline flex, which means that until it's on a medium-sized screen, it will show. But for some reason, my utilities aren't working the way that I want them to. So I'm going to get rid of this for now and hit save. And then you can see we've got our docs, right? And we'll add the responsiveness in afterwards. So you can see this looks pretty good so far. Okay, so we have this. Now we're going to tackle the search bar. Mehrban's in the house. Beautiful girlfriend. I will teach her. Right. So I think we hit Let's just have a look. We just hit 500. Oh my God, guys. 700 likes already. This is insane. Right, I'm going to try and get the music back, right? Because I do want my music. I want a bit of fun if I'm kind of coding. So I'm going to go ahead and put Epidemic Sound back on. And again, if you want access to that, you can feel free to hit that link in the description and you'll be able to access that. Right, so it's actually the Papa Fam playlist, and it's honestly a game changer because you can pretty much go ahead and yeah, it's just fun, right? You don't get bored while you're coding. And this is created for me, so I actually listen to this stuff while I'm working. So I think it will be good for you guys. So boom, there we go. Okay, let's get the energy back up. Okay. Everyone listens to lo-fi. I like lo-fi, but I don't know about you guys. I get a bit bored. Right? I get a little bit bored when I'm doing it. Right? So we've got the docs at the top. So then underneath that, I'm going to have the custom search bar. Now for this custom search bar, this bit in the middle, we have a little bit of a situation because this is actually an input field. We have an icon here, and then we have a surrounding div. Okay, so this div in the middle is actually going to be a flex grow div, which means it's going to take up the majority of the space. So notice when this shrinks, that div is still taking up the majority of the space, right? So a little bit of padding around it, but you know, that's how we do it, right? So now what we're going to do is we're going to go to our H1. After the H1, we're going to say div. And inside of this div, we're going to have an icon which represents the search icon. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and pop in the search icon right here. Right, so give it a second. Right. So we got the search icon over here. And then you can see that's our nice little search icon. And then I'm going to go ahead and pop an input next to that search icon. So we have an input, and this is a regular input field. All right, so it's nothing special. It's just a regular input field, but it's going to have a placeholder of search. So that's like that little value that you see. And you can see, look at that. We've got Tabnine coming in clutch, trying to fix my sentences before I do. All right. So now you can see like it says search. Right. So now what we're going to do is we're going to center those elements. So inside the div, which is the container, we're going to go ahead and say that this should be a flex, and I'm going to say it's a flex grow. And what that means is I want that to take up the majority of the space. Okay. So if I go ahead and give this let's just give this an example here of, let me just change this a little bit. So I'm actually going to go ahead and say, right now, I'm not sure if I've got the word wrap on, but I should have it on by default. Let's do it. Okay, I guess Epidemic Sounds is just freezing my computer way too much. This is why Chrome is a bit irritating, you know? But it's all good. We're going to have to use a different music stream. All right, flex grow. And then we're going to say item center, because right now everything's a little bit out of check. So we'll say items center. Cool. I'm going to give it a padding X of 5 and a padding Y, padding X of 5 and a padding Y of 2, right? And then you can see this positions itself a little bit away because right now it's way too close to that, okay? And you know what, Avnish, you're correct. That is literally what I just thought about. Play it through my iPad and then run it through this. Exactly, I will do that next time. It's exactly what I was thinking as well. I'm gonna do a background gray of 100. And it should be -100. There we go. And now you can see, look, we get the nice little gray. Now it's very subtle, right? So it's going to be very hard to see, but you can see, look, we have a nice little gray search. Okay. So let me know if the pace is good, right? Let me know if like everything's kind of moving at a good speed, or if I should, you know, slow down or speed up. Don't worry. Now the icon to get it as a color, let's go ahead and do gray because I don't think dark gray works. You see gray, and then we can get that nice little color there. It comes with the size prop. So in this case, for all of our icons here, we're doing 3XL, which is the same as a font. Okay. You missed the padding. Oh yeah, padding X. There we go. Padding X. Nice. Good spot, dude. All right. So BG 100. And then what we're going to say is the text inside of it should be gray as well. So if I actually start typing here, so you see how it's black, right? Now the thing I like about Next.js is it has something called fast refresh. So the state of what I typed over there actually doesn't change now. So if I go into here, and I go ahead and change this now. So if I say text gray, and we're going to make it text gray 600 and hit save, look how it keeps the state. So that's called fast refresh. And that really does help, right? Plug Nation, thank you so much, dude. I really appreciate that. He goes, respect the grind, so inspirational. You know, we fight through the issues and we just get it done. So thank you so much, man. right? So right now you can see it's straight edges around the corners. Nobody likes straight edges. So I'm going to say rounded. And this is again a utility class. And you see what I would recommend is you install the Tailwind CSS extension. Okay. So it's very necessary if you're coding with stuff, right? If you're coding with Tailwind CSS, especially if you want the autocomplete. So as you can see, it comes up with all the options, and these all pretty much translate into different rules. Okay. So look, rounded LG. And now you can see, look, we get a nice rounded little bit here. Okay. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go ahead and actually get the input styled. So somebody actually beat me to it. They said, you know, change that background to transparent. So that's exactly what we're going to do. So here I'm going to say class name equals, and I want the input to take up the majority of the space. So I'm going to say this should do flex grow. And then I'm going to say padding X of 5, because right now it's too close to that end. Right? So you see when I do padding X of 5, it does that. And as you can see, it's actually a lot quicker. Right, it's really quick when we kind of code like this with Tailwind CSS. We don't have to leave. We don't have to do any crazy other stuff. It just works. So if I do text base is the kind of normal text, right? And if I do text small, for example, I think it's small. No, text SM, sorry, small. That would actually change the size overall, but I just want it to be a normal base. And I want to make the background a transparent. Okay. And that looks pretty good now. So it looks very, very nice. And then we're going to say outline none. And the outline none gets rid of this, the little blue outline. You can customize that quite nice, by the way, in Tailwind. But as soon as I hit save now and go back, can you see how there's no blue outline, right? Now you're probably wondering, Sonny, why did you do flex grow over here? If I get rid of flex grow, look what actually happens, right? If I get rid of this and I start typing in here, can you see how it has a limit? Can you see how it got cut off there? So it actually kind of has a bit of a hidden cutoff there. So flex grow means it will actually force it to use up the remainder of the page. So flex or its container. So flex grow, and then boom, that thing goes right to the end. Right. So that's why we want to do that. Right. Decrease the padding left. No, there's a reason why I did that. Right. There's a reason why I did it. So don't worry, we'll fix it all up. Okay. So now what I'm going to say is for the overall div, right now it's too close to the docs. Right. So I'm going to say margin on the x-axis should be of 5, right? So that way we want to get it away a little bit. And because we did everything in a nice way, and guys, I really don't want to, you know, time people out, but it is what it is. You have to do what you got to do. So please don't spam, right? Guys, we're almost at 800 likes. Smash the thumbs up button if you're enjoying this right now, right? So you can see margin X on the, margin X should be 5. But when it gets a bit bigger and we have a bit more room, I can increase that, right? So the way that I increase that is I actually go ahead and say, here, I can use something called breakpoints. Now, the amazing part here is I can say MD for when we hit a medium screen size. So everything in Tailwind CSS is mobile first. That means all the rules are referring to the design when it's actually at a mobile size, right? And then what we do is we add in breakpoints, and then it applies the style after we hit like the breakpoints. So you have like SM for small, MD for medium, LG for large, and so forth, right? So you have a lot of this stuff that goes on when you're using this. This is called breakpoints. It allows us to have responsive sites in very easy ways, right? So it's actually super simple to be able to do that, right? So let's carry on. Oh, wow. I actually went to a new screen. There we go. So now we're going to do MD, and then I'm going to say colon. And then here, what I do is I say MX20. So when we hit a medium screen size, I want that margin to go a bit bigger. So now let's try it out. So we're getting smaller. We're on the small. And where was it? Didn't seem to get applied. Seems like my breakpoints aren't actually getting applied. Interesting. Right. Interesting. Right, so we'll fix that in a sec. Strange little bug. Yeah, but that's maybe why the previous thing wasn't working. So whenever you have some kind of, bugs over there, someone says Sonny's eyebrows are on fleek. Thank you, dude. I'm going to go into my Tailwind config, and I always like to just save this just to be sure that we're all good. So hit save on your Tailwind config and try again. Okay, interesting. So my breakpoints don't seem to be playing nice, but that's all right. We can fix that after. Remember, the full code is actually in the description. So if we do experience any issues, we can just sort that out later. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we want to implement the right-hand side. And also we need to change the color of this from blue to gray. Okay, so that looks pretty nice. And over here, you can see it looks pretty nice. And this is what I mean. The MD should be changing from that medium breakpoint to that small breakpoint at the top. So that's the difference we want. Okay, nice. Now, Versatile says, my favorite tree is on future, is on fire. Thank you so much, dude. Okay, so this is looking pretty nice so far. What I need to do now is when I click into it, I want it to kind of show that hover effect. So the way we do this is I'm going to get this hover effect. You see this nice little hover effect. The way I do that is pretty simple, actually. I go to my div, and what I say is I need to go ahead and say when an inner component or inner element, such as the input, is pretty much touched or focused on, then I want to apply certain styles. So the way I do that is interesting here. So what I say is I say focus within, right? So this is a utility class, focus within. This means when any element in, underneath that kind of parent is sort of focused on, then apply these styles. So I want the text to go gray, 600. I think it's already 600, but that's fine. And then I'm going to say apply a shadow as well to the overall thing. So I'm going to say apply a shadow. So focus within, and then I'm going to say apply a shadow MD, right? There we go, shadow MD. And I'm going to hit save. And now if I click it, boom, look at that. Look how nice that is, guys. So as I'm typing in now, look at that. So yeah, the text changed, that was right. Because the input text is actually normal black, but when I click it, it changes to a dark gray. So that's how you get that nice kind of, hover effect. Very, very slick, right? And if you enjoyed that little trick, then smash the thumbs up button. We just hit 830. What is happening? 830 likes. The lights have stopped coming on. Everything kind of eventually goes. Wow. NCX says, I am 12 and I have built 3 of your builds already. You're a huge inspiration mentor. I like to see Microsoft 365. Well, we're getting there. We're getting the docs, and keep on hustling, dude. That's amazing. Right? Wow, this is crazy. Okay, so now we've done that bit over there. So the next thing I want to do is this section over here, okay? So let's go ahead and implement that little section over there. So what we need to do is I'm going to go over to my, let's go down to my, we're going to add a button. So again, similar concept to the top button over here. I'm just going to pop it in and I'll explain the attributes that we use. Oh God, the computer is seriously dying on me today. So let's go ahead and do this. It's not me being slow, it's the computer is struggling. Right, so we've got button, gray outline, rounded true, icon only, because we only want the icon. And I'm gonna hit save on that, right? And now what we should see is a button pump in, right? But again, seems like my breakpoints aren't working the way I expect them to. Someone can look into that while we're doing this. That would help out a lot. But again, we've got a medium breakpoint, which I'm gonna leave that there for now. But you can see right now, what we've done is we've given it a margin left. So this is a margin left of 5. We've got a height and width of 20. And then we've got a border of 0. So you can see, look at that. Looks very nice, right? Very, very sleek. And then what we're also going to do is actually have an image tag. Now the image tag, typically I would use the Next.js image component. The issue with the Next.js image component is that we don't always know where the domain is. So like what the URL of the domain is. Now you have to whitelist images when you use the image component. So I'm going to be using the standard one, right? Right, let's check this out. Let's click on image. And then I'm going to go ahead and pop it underneath here. Button, and let's go ahead and chuck this underneath. What happened here? Okay, underneath. And we're going to say, oh my goodness. Image, and we've got loading lazy. Make sure you add that in. That means that when the page loads, it's not going to be a priority before it actually shows the entire screen, because you want your images to come in afterwards. It doesn't matter if the images pop up afterwards. Okay, it's all good. Now on click, we're not going to implement that yet. And then source, right now I've got, this is for when we log in, but right now we don't actually have a picture. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get a picture of myself. So I'm going to go onto online and just check out and try and grab a picture of myself. So I'm going to copy an image. Let's go ahead and paste an image over here. Boom. Okay. So you can use any image for now. I'm just going to use this one. I think that would work. Let's see. Okay, perfect. There you go. There you got a nice little Google image, right? So you can see, look, very clean. We've got a height and width of 12. Cursor pointer means that when we hover over it, we get a nice little cursor. You see the pointer comes out to play. So that's a lot cleaner if we do it like that. And then margin left of 2 gives us this little spacing. Okay, so very, very nice header implementation done. Now our breakpoints don't seem to be playing with us nicely today. I'm not sure why, but we can actually have a look at that now. I think it seems to be in now. So we actually have got it working for this one here, medium. So if we go to our, I just want to try something out. I want to go ahead and say for this one, let's say by default it's hidden, and then it should go away. Okay, and we only want to show it on, let's say, a medium screen. So we say inline flex, and then let's go ahead and do it now. And then only on, okay, so it doesn't seem to be showing. Interesting. Okay, so I'm not sure what's happening here. I think my Tailwind is a bit busted up today, but it's okay. We can go ahead and just carry on. Okay, so this is working pretty good right now. So we have the top, right? If you do want to do that, you know, the little thing where it hides and stuff like that, then make sure you get the GitHub repo. All the code for the little extensions there, or the little modifications there are there. But otherwise, this is pretty good. It's still responsive, looks pretty good. Okay, so what we're gonna do now is we're gonna go ahead and pretty much we've done with the top, right? So we've actually finished with the top part of the Google Docs header. The next thing we're gonna do is actually create this start a new document section. Okay, so we're gonna have this start a new document section, and then we're gonna have the my documents and so forth. Okay, so what we're gonna do now is go over to our index.js and continue on. All right, so let's carry on. Vivek says, Sonny, you are great. Thanks for all your clones, man. I appreciate it, dude. Thank you so much for tuning in as well. Quick water break. Stay hydrated, guys, during these builds. They are very long builds, and we have 500,000 people watching right now. I don't know what to say. Honestly, we just hit over 900 likes. You guys are insane. You guys are honestly amazing. Thank you so much. Germany tuning in as well. Wow, this is awesome. All right, so we have that working pretty nice. The next thing I'm going to do is actually have a section. Okay, so underneath here, and obviously you can componentize this. I think that's a word, but you can basically make this into a component if you'd like. But I'm going to go ahead and show you how we can, inline code as well. So here we're going to say section. Okay, and section is like, it's one of those HTML tags we should make better use of. Like, for example, in header, what we can do to make it a bit more SEO friendly is actually change the div to header, right? And this would actually be a bit more better for our SEO performances, right? So we change the front and back to header, and that would just actually be a lot more nicer when it comes to Google scraping our website and figuring out what the hell is going on, right? So we've got section over here, and then I'm going to say inside of this section, we want to actually have this. Now, if you can notice, we've actually got a max width being applied here. Okay, so let me go ahead and show you. So here we actually have a max width, right? So you see how it's kind of constrained to this width, right? And in Tailwind, we call this max width 3XL, right? So this is like a max width for a very large screen. That's what we're saying. The reason why I've done this is because this is kind of a standard. You don't want your contents to always spread out between this huge area, right? It kind of starts to become a hard UI to navigate. You don't mind that for things like the header, but when you've got your body, things should be kind of, in your eye line, and should be very clear to see what's going on. Okay. So what you want to do here is go ahead and run back to our app, and we're going to have a div. So the entire sort of thing that I just showed you is going to be a div of its own. Now for that div, I'm going to say class name, and I'm going to say max width of 3XL, right? And this will basically force this kind of constraint. Okay, so the way it basically doesn't get bigger than a certain size. Now, the reason why it's centered is because what we've done here is we said MX Auto. And MX Auto basically allows it to center itself, because it says use an automatic calculation for the left and right margins. So here we're going to say MX Auto. And this means that when we have some contents inside of this element, it will go ahead and center itself. Okay, if you're wondering about how all the shortcuts I use, I do teach all this in 0 to Full Stack Hero. It's called Spectacle that I use. Right, so now what we can do is we're going to go ahead and have our first little bit. Now this kind of thing, think of everything as a box. I know it sounds weird, but think of everything as its own little box. Right, so imagine if we go ahead and do this. So this right here is a box of its own. So let's go ahead and draw this here. Is that going to freeze? Okay. Yeah. So here we've got a box, which is a div. Okay. And then here we've got another div, and this is a flex where it's justified between. And then here is another div where we've got some other stuff happening. So this is how you kind of think about things when you're doing design work and you start working on this. So now this top div can be a sort of, you know, flex container, right? So this could be flex container and justify between. And then, you know, if you build things in that way, it's going to be completely, you know, it's going to be completely responsive, and it's just going to resize the way that it needs to as and when you kind of pull it around. Okay. So with that said, what we've got now is we're going to have another div for the top section, right? That top, start a new document and 3 dots. So at the top, what I want to do is I'm going to have the following. So I'm going to say, did I install something separate? No, I didn't. Right. So we've got the div over here. And then I'm going to say the div here will have a H2, which says start a new document. So start a new document. Okay. And make sure you have some water with this build, and you kind of, do it at your own pace, because it is going to get intense. I'm telling you, it's going to get tiring. It's going to get intense. And this is where we can see the max width getting kicked in. Right. So you see, if I didn't have that max width with a margin X of auto, it would have been spanning across. Right. So that's where it's doing its magic. Okay. And as you can see on the smaller device, it doesn't, freak out. It just uses its available width. So this is pretty nice, right? So everything's looking pretty good at this point. Obviously it's touching the side, which isn't ideal. So for the section, let's go ahead and say class name. And I want to do BG. Now I've got a custom color here. Because we're using the latest Tailwind, we can actually go ahead and do like kind of custom color attributes, and it will go ahead and just fix that into our Tailwind. So what I'm going to do here is I've actually got hexadecimal for the Google background. So I'm going to say BG, and then we've got this background. And as you can see, we've got a subtle gray being applied, right? So subtle gray being applied over there. And then once we've done that, that actually allows us to then add in the rest. We're going to say padding bottom of 10. Give it a little bit more spacing around the bottom. Padding on the x-axis of 10 as well. And hit save. Okay, looks good. All right, so that's looking pretty nice at this point. And we can go ahead and continue on. All right, so that div, this one here, see how it's touching the top right here. Okay, so here I'm going to say class name equals, and I want to do is just say padding y of 6. That means on the top and bottom of that div, it's going to have a padding of 6. So it pushes it a little bit away from the top, right? Tiny bit away from the top, and that should help us out. So we've got the start a new document over here. I want that to be slightly gray. So I'm going to give it a class name of, let's go ahead and say it's going to be gray. So we're going to do gray of 700. And if you're wondering what these numbers are, it goes from 100, which is a very light shade of gray, to 700, which is a little bit more, a little bit more darker, right? So Red Riding Hood says, so this is what you see is what you get, editor. Yes, it will be. It will be what you see is what you get, editor. It's going to be a draft.js one. So stay tuned and you figure out how we do it. So I want to make that text a little bit bigger as well. So I'd simply say text LG to be large, right? And that will go ahead and make it a little bit bigger, right? It's all about subtle differences. You don't always need to go crazy, make the stuff huge. The container at the top as well, we're going to have those dots. So these dots. So like I said, this is going to be a flex container, okay? Travel Tool says, just love your work, Sonny. Please create a crash course including Tailwind CSS and Frame in Motion. I will do, dude. I've got a Next.js crash course on the way as well, so stay tuned. Right, so I'm going to say flex, and then I'm going to say items should be aligned in the center. Now we're not going to see it yet, but it will make sense in a sec. And then justify between allows us to have that spacing that I talked about. So justify between, hit save, and then after our H2, right, we're going to have that another button. So remember, we've used buttons in the header, similar concept, exact same thing. I'm going to go ahead and pop it in and show you guys what the attributes are. Right. So if you're wondering how the hell is he figuring out what the name is for each of these icons, for example, here where it says more vert, are simply material UI. So if you type in material UI icons on the actual official Google material UI website, they actually have a list of these icons with the names, and that's what you do, right? It just plugs into this component, right? So we need to import the button and icon classes to get this working. So I'm going to go ahead and pop those in right now. So I'm going to go ahead and grab those first, and then we can continue on. So let's go to the top over here and pop it in. So paste, wait for it, paste. Okay, nice, looks good. Okay, so Now we've got the button, color gray, button outline, so a different type of button. And then let's go ahead and see if it's there. So that's nice, we get a nice ripple. And because I did icon only without the rounded attribute, right? See that? It's square rather than rounded. If you want it, you know, rounded, you can do that as well, okay? And that's gonna be pretty good for you as well, okay? So let's check this out. Wow, guys, nearly 1,000 likes and over 450 people watching across platforms. You guys are incredible, thank you. Thank you so much, wow. The next thing is this plus icon. So that's actually a picture, right? And then we've got the blank sort of, you know, that's just text itself, right? So I'm gonna go ahead and show you how we do that. And then, yeah. The code, Felix, are you gonna make this code available? The code is available at links.papareact.com/GitHub, right? It's also in the description, and then you can go ahead and access it, right? So at this point, what we're gonna do is, let's check this out. We've got the button over here. So outside of this div, what we're gonna do is we're gonna have another div. And remember, like I said, think of everything in its own little container. So this over here is now in its own container, okay? So what I'm gonna do is have a div, right? And it's a challenge when it's freezing. I'm telling you, it's a challenge, right? But this one, we can use the Next.js image tag for, okay? Because I actually know where this image domain is coming from, right? Let's check this out. So Law says, this is so cool. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. And if anyone's wondering why I'm drawing the screen, it's using something called Screen Brush. There you go. So stop spamming, dude. Right. So now I'm going to have the image tag. So this is actually a Next.js image tag. And if you're wondering what that does, is it converts the image into something called WebP format, right? And it also optimizes it for the screen device that you're sort of sending it to. So incredible. Next.js image component is very strong. Right, we're going to say the source of this image is actually one that I've prepared for you guys. So it's links.papareact/PJU. So I'm going to go ahead and pop this in here. Now there's two ways of styling a Next.js image tag. Okay. So what we can do now, is, right. So what we can do now is actually have either a height and width, right? Or we can have something called layout fill. Now, if we have layout fill, it's going to go ahead and fill up the entire screen. But when we have the div surrounding it, we have to do something clever with that. So I'll show you what we can do here. So firstly, if I hit save, it's going to come out with an error. Firstly, because we haven't imported the Next.js image tag component. So firstly, I'm going to import that. So I'm going to grab that from the top, and I'm going to go over here, and I will be investing in a new computer. This is ridiculous, honestly. This is a maxed out Mac. That's how strenuous the stream is, right? So we're going to go ahead and hit save. And then now you're going to see the next error, which is basically the Next.js error. It's basically going to say to us that, wow, wait a sec, did we hit? Oh my God, we hit 1,000 likes already. That's crazy, guys. Holy crap. Let's play a Papa Fam anthem on that. Let's carry on. Wow, you guys are insane. I love you guys. Thank you so much. That is awesome. Right, so here's the next error that we get, invalid source prop. So whenever you have the image component from Next.js, you have to kind of whitelist all of the domains that you're going to include for that image component. So the way that we sort of handle this is we create a click on package.json. So we're at that level, right, on the sort of file tree. And then we're going to go ahead and do, oh, I see what my issue was. One second. Wait for it. I just need to double check something. Wait, did I do something very silly here? No, I didn't do anything silly here. That's fine. All right, we're good. Yeah, we're good. All right, so at this point, what I'm going to do is I'm going to click create new. Okay, so new. And then I'm going to say next.config.js. Okay, boom. Oh, what's up, Sumit? Good to see you, dude. Let's go. Energy is high today. You guys are incredible. All right. And then in here, you basically have a configuration object, right? Now, the way you export this object, this is pretty much from the docs, straight from the docs. Okay. So you can pretty much go ahead and copy and paste that. And you have this images object. So the key images, obviously, and the value is an object. The domains are here. So it's an array of domains. So I'm whitelisting links.papareact.com. Whereas if you're getting image from somewhere else, but you have to remember, if it's coming from somewhere dynamic and you don't know where it's coming from, then you're probably better off with using an image tag with a low Z, loading equals lazy attribute. Okay, so that's just something to factor in, and don't forget that. Okay, so I'm going to hit save now, and now it says if we go ahead and check our Command J to pull up our terminal, you should see inside of this it will say something about your Next.js config has changed, so you need to restart your server, right? So I'm going to go ahead and go back to this now, and you should see if we scroll up, it says, where is it? It says okay, well, it says it somewhere, right? So just trust me on this. So Control C, whenever you change your config, you're going to have to restart your server. So yarn run dev. So while that's happening, quick water break. Thank you so much for tuning in. We're not done yet, don't worry, but just quick water break. We're doing amazing, guys. Very good pace. Let's keep this up. And hopefully this is a good pace for you guys. Let me know in the comments right now if it's you know, it's understandable pace, right? So let's carry on. So we've compiled, and then we go over to our app and we refresh. Image somewhere, fly on the screen. Let's go to our header and let's see what's happening over here. So if we go to our, where is it gone? Not header, sorry. We need to go to our index.js. Okay, so now we've got the layout fill, right? So it's surrounding itself in a div, which is surrounded by a flex div, which means that it's not actually going to show anything. I know that can seem a bit confusing, but it will make sense, don't worry. Okay, Indonesia in the house, nice. Let's see it. All right, pace is good, says Axel, nice. Good to hear that, dude. All right, so what we're gonna do now is for that image to be shown on the screen, we need to create a surrounding div, which we can style. Now I'm not gonna do it in this one because we're gonna actually have that bit of text next to it. So I'm gonna go ahead and have that text next to it now. So I'm gonna have a p tag, and the p tag will say blank, right? And the reason being is because it's gonna represent this, right? The little blank bit of text over here. And then that image, right? So the overall surrounding container is going to have the two things next to it, but the overall image itself needs to be in a div of its own. Okay, so here I'll say div, and again, remember there's loads of ways that you can kind of, you know, change this up. I'm going to pop this under here. So now we've wrapped it in a div, and I'm going to style this one. Now this one I'll style with something called relative, which means it's only relative to its container or its parent container. And now you can see we start to see the object, right? So what I'm going to do now is say a height of 52 and a width of 40, right? Oh, thank you, Daniel Torres. He says, greetings from Mexico. That is awesome, man. Thank you so much. Appreciate you, dude. 20 Mexican. Oh, thank you, man. That is huge. Since 2015 says, yo, you are damn awesome. Thank you so much, dude. Appreciate you. So look at this, looking pretty nice, right? That looks pretty nice, right? So height of 52, width of 40. And then what we can do is we can say a border of 2, right? That means border width of 2. If you want a border of like just the basic, you just say border. But here we got Nepal. What's up, man? Border 2. And then I'm going to say cursor pointer, because when we hover over it, I want it to be a cursor. And then when I actually hover, so I'll show you what I mean by that now. So when I hover over it, you see we get that little border kind of come up. So the border is always there, but when we hover over, the cursor changes, right? But what I want to do is when I hover over it, right, then we're going to change the color of the border to blue. So that way it's got a nice UI experience to it. Okay, so cursor, pointer, hover, and then you can see, yep, we're going to say border dash blue dash 700. Okay, and then I'm going to hit save, and then we can see this. Look at that. Now you get a nice UI experience to it, and that just makes the whole thing easier, right? Now again, like I said, guys, if this is all kind of ahead of you, it's kind of confusing, crazy, Tailwind CSS we cover in 0 to Full Stack Hero. Link in the description to go ahead and join our community. And also, if anything React related gets confusing or anything like that, then remember, second link in the description is my free 1-month access to the React Basics 101 course on Skillshare. So you can go ahead and check that out. Okay, so make sure you definitely go check it all out, and yeah, that would be awesome for you to go ahead and enjoy all that stuff. So I just want to check something quickly, guys. If I open up my Command J, now I just want to see here. Okay, so JIT did enable. Perfect. Right. So this is looking pretty good, right? And again, if you want to keep up with me on today's build, Tabnine, 50% off, right? So go ahead and check it out. First link in the description. Colombia in the house. What's up, Laurav? All right. So now this is looking good. So for the blank, we're going to go ahead and say class name. and equals. And then I'm going to say a margin left of 2. I'm going to say a margin top of 2. And now you'll see the blank move position. Right, so the blank bit of text will move slightly a bit away, right? And then we're going to go ahead and say the font should be semi-bold, right? Font should be semi-bold. All right, guys, if you do spam, I'm literally going to block you, so don't do it, right? So we're going to say font semi-bold. And then I'm going to do, let's have a look, text SM, okay? Text SM, which is text small, hit save. And I'm also going to change the color to gray, text gray, 700. Okay, nice. There we go. Let's change the music up. Cool. Now, as soon as I hit save, we should see a different color. Now, you see all of these things really do make it nice to work with, right? It does kind of, it all comes together very nicely. And we now have this, right? So it's looking pretty good, guys. Look at this. The whole thing kind of, it reacts to when I move. Everything looks very sweet, looks very nice, right? And I think maybe now my breakpoints are working. I'm not going to jinx it, but is what it is. Right, so now we've got this working. So outside the section, so the next thing now what we need to, does this guy complete all the projects from start to end? Hell yeah, dude. I do. That is me. Right. So the next thing we're going to do is actually have this section here. And then we've pretty much done the docs, the sort of index page, right? Then we've got the magic of the sort of, the rich text editor part, plus the logging in and all that stuff, okay? Plus Firebase. So we've still got quite a while to go, so don't worry. Stay tuned. So section is going to be down here, another section. All right, section, there we go. And in this section, I'm going to say BG white, right? So actually it's already done, so I guess we don't need to do that. So I'm going to have let's think about this. Firstly, we've got a div. Remember, containerize everything. So this is going to be a container. So it's going to say my documents, date created, and then we've got a little folder over there just for UI purposes, right? Just to kind of spice it up a little bit. So we've got a div here. Inside this div, I'm going to have, so this is the div which represents everything. And then we're going to have another div surrounding that, okay? So over here, I'm going to say we have, and remember this div is going to max width, it's going to apply a max width. So we're going to say max width 3XL. And I'm going to say margin X auto, which means it will center itself. Cool. Padding Y of 8, and I'll apply the rest afterwards. That way you can see what I'm doing, right? So I'm going to have a div, and this is a pretty cool little trick. If you want a div with an H2 inside of it, you do div /H2, and then boom, Emmett fixes it up for you, right? And then this, I'll say my documents. Okay, now next to this, I'm going to say a P tag of date created. Okay, looks good. Awesome. And then we're going to have, it's bothering me. Let's have date created, cool. And then we're going to have an icon, which is for the folder. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and throw it all in, and then we can go ahead and mess around with it after. Right? So, wait for it. Oh my God, guys, my computer is going to take me out before H does. Right, so let's go ahead and hit save on that, and you can see here it comes. Okay, so the next thing I want to do is this div, which is surrounding the 3 children. We're going to say class name, and we're going to flex it. Now, Tabnine, this is what I love about Tabnine. Things like this where it auto completes and it makes sense, right? Item center. Yep, that's exactly what I wanted. Justify it between is exactly what I wanted. PB5. And now you'll see everything will be justified between. So let's go ahead and hit save. And then there you go, it spaces itself out. Okay, looks very, very nice. So JM Ninja says, shouldn't you make a table layout for this? Very good observation. Yes, you can. It was pretty much because I didn't want to, extend the build too much and kind of add in these new things where we've already got a bunch of Tailwind and all this other stuff. But yes, that would be awesome here. So I'd recommend that you should do that. Okay. So what we're going to do here is, and then again, remember, always extend these builds, right? Take them as far as you want, guys. So for the section, I'm actually going to do a quick little bit of styling because it's touching the sides a bit too much. So I'm going to say BG white, and then we'll say padding X on the sides of 10. And if I hit a medium screen size, I'm going to say padding X of 0, right? So I don't know if it's actually working for me too well, but we can see. Is it applying my breakpoints? I mean, it seems to be. No, is it? Who knows? Anyway, it's fine for now. Right, so we've got the H2. For the H2, I'm going to do a font of medium. So class name, font medium. And then for the H, I'm also going to say that my H2, because I want to push date created across, right? So I'm going to say the H2 should be flex grow. And I'm showing you one approach to it, right? Of course, you can do it with, in another way, but this is just one way. I would say I would honestly recommend a table way. I would recommend, it's a very good suggestion. So yeah, extend it. Margin right of 12 for this one. And that should push it away a little bit. Cool, looks nice. And then we've got the folder. Okay, very nice. So I want to change the color of everything and I want to make the text a bit smaller. So where we have the surrounding div, so the one underneath the section, I'm going to say text SM. So anything below it should have small text, and also text gray 700 because I want to lighten up the gray a little bit because right now we've got a black document. There we go. Looks good, right? Looks very, very nice. Right, so Josie says, I have my efforts and courses. The only downside is you always choose Firebase. Why not give exposure? So we actually do cover a bit more in 0 to Full Stack Hero. Remember, on an air, it's very hard to kind of show certain things. So Firebase allows me to have the speed that I need to demonstrate very complicated builds. Right, so that's why I'm doing it. Right, so that looks pretty good. Everything looks pretty good at this point. Now, I think what we'll do is we'll pause it for that part. And what we'll do next is we'll implement the login, right? So we'll implement a login and then we can basically have a session, an authenticated user, and then we can implement Firebase and then we can have the actual rich text editor. So stay tuned. Obviously, we're going to do all this today, right? And it's all going to look amazing at the end of it. Okay, so what we're going to do now is actually have a login. So right now, if you click on this icon on the actual build, it will log you out. Okay, and if you notice, the root doesn't change. Now, how do I do that? Right, the way that I'm doing this is I'm pretty much going ahead and having a login component, which is rendered only if we actually go ahead and have a session. So we are logged in. Okay, so how do we go ahead and fix this right now? So the first thing we need to do is implement something called NextAuth. Okay, so NextAuth, and look at this. This is looking very nice, guys. I actually want to check one thing quickly on the search container. I just want to check where we've got our section over here, and we have our input. Where is it gone? Right, we have in our header. Sorry, I want to check if our breakpoints are now working. Let's just have a look. So where I had where is it gone? Okay, let's just try it here, for example. So we'll say hidden on every small screen. So that will hide my picture in just a second. All right. Yeah, there you go. And then I'm going to say on medium screens, I want it to be inline flex. Inline flex. And let's just see if my medium breakpoint has come back. If it hasn't, it's not too much to worry about. Okay, so obviously it's just because I'm live right now, there seems to be a little issue, but don't worry. If you want to get the breakpoints, the code for the breakpoints, then feel free. It's in the GitHub repo and pretty much handles it all. That's why at sunnysango.com, you'll see it's a little bit more responsive, okay? So you can split that into a separate component. Definitely go ahead and check that one as well. All right, so you can definitely componentize that. I just want to show you how you can have, you can either have the component like this, because yes, as an experienced developer, but as an experienced dev, you're going to see things like this, right? Perfectly componentized. But you're also going to be, when you're beginning, you're going to have code like this. That's pretty real, right? So I want to go ahead and show you. All right, so we can debug the breakpoints later on, but for now, let's just continue on. So what we're going to do now is implement something called NextAuth authentication, okay? So the first thing we're going to do is set up Firebase, right? Firebase is where the magic is going to happen today. It's how we're going to get everything to work and be the way we need it. So I'm actually going to go ahead and quickly prep my screens here. So I'm actually closing a few unnecessary things that I don't need. Thank you, Vishnu. Appreciate the donation, dude. Massive, massive stuff. Thank you so much. Okay, so let's go ahead and head over to my Firebase right now. Cool. So once you're over at Firebase, Firebase is a suite of tools provided by Google. It allows us to have authentication, allows us to have a real-time Firestore backend, which is a NoSQL structure, and it's going to be pretty much used to power our application, the backend, right? So I'm going to click on, all you need to have is a Google account to get started with this, right? So let's check this out. So I'm going to go ahead and click go to console. Okay. Let's check this out. So Angular Node says, are you using Tailwind? Yes, I'm using Tailwind. We're using Material UI Tailwind as well though. That's why it looks a bit more, you know. So I'm gonna click on add project here, okay? So I'm gonna click on add project and then we're gonna go ahead and name our project. So in this case, I'm gonna type in Google Docs and I'm gonna say YouTube, okay? So you guys can feel free to call it whatever you want. I'm gonna disable Google Analytics for this project and then click on create. Right, Vibav, thank you so much. He said, just wanted to thank you for all the knowledge you share. It's helped me a lot. Appreciate that, dude. Really, really appreciate that. Okay, now I wonder how many likes we're at. Let's have a look. Are we gonna hit 1. Whoa, we just hit 1.1K. What the hell? Oh my God, that's incredible, guys. Damn. Let's click on continue. And now you'll see your Firebase console. Okay, so you have your Firebase console. So this is the kind of goal that we want to get to. So obviously, oh, it's not there anymore. We'll just start from fresh anyway. That's fine. So what we're going to do is we need to get some kind of, you know, key. We need to get some kind of credentials to connect our Firebase backend to our Next.js React app at the front. All right. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go over to the little cog and we're going to click on project settings. All right, now over back at our code, we're going to hit Command B to pull up our files. And then here we're going to say, Laxmi, thank you so much. Appreciate you. We're going to go ahead and click on package.json to get at that level in the file tree. We're going to create a new file and we're going to call this Firebase.js, right? Firebase.js, right? That looks good. Then what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and say, and the moderators are doing incredible job. Thank you so much, guys. We're going to say RFCE. Oh, sorry. We're not creating a functional component there. We're actually going to have the Firebase credentials live in here. Okay. So what we need to do here is we need to go down to there are no apps in this project. We need to click this web icon, right? This will pull out a screen. And then in here, we pretty much type in Google Docs YouTube, Google Docs YouTube, like so. And we're going to say also set up Firebase hosting for this app. We're not actually going to set up Firebase hosting because we host it with Versal because it's a Next.js app. We need to have a middle server and that's what we use Versal for. Again, I'm going to do that little trick in a second that will fix my RAM. All right, so you see this right here. We can ignore this for now. We click continue to console. Okay. Now, if we go down here and we click on config, you should be able to see a Firebase config. So I'm going to hit copy on that config. And what I want you to do is go back to your Firebase.js file and just hit paste, right? So that will go ahead and paste a config file, Firebase config like this. What we need to do now is because we're going to be using Firebase inside of our app, we need to make sure that we have the right dependencies installed in the app. Okay, so if I hit Command J in here and I go to my second terminal because we need the first one to run our server. And then here I type in yarn add, and then here I'm just going to say, 1 second, guys. Here I'm going to say yarn add. Oh God, what have I done? Nope, don't want to do that. We're going to say yarn add Firebase. Sorry, yarn add Firebase. All right, there we go. Boom. Carlos says, oh my God, the Google Docs, you're crazy, bro. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. So we're going to add Firebase as a dependency. I think I accidentally timed someone out. Sorry, Angular Node. Appreciate Sorry about that, dude. We're going to say import Firebase. I accidentally did that, dude. Firebase from Firebase. There we go. So we're going to import it so that way we can use it. Now, this file is basically where we have all the connections being made, right? But before we do that, I'm going to do that little trick and it's just going to take 1 second. So give me 1 minute and this should be able to sort of speed up my computer. In the meantime, Lawrence says, Sonny, where can I contact you? I've tried, yeah, it's hard to get you through on Discord. So try and get me on email papareact.team@gmail.com and I should be able to get back to you, dude. All right, let's carry on. All right, hopefully that helped me out a little bit. Might be a little bit laggy, but we're good. We're good. Okay, happy coding. Appreciate it, dude. All right, so we're installing our Firebase like so. All right, and then underneath here, we need to go ahead and connect everything. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to say const app. Right now, typically we just say Firebase initialize app when we're using React, right? But in this case, we need to go ahead and because we've got Next.js, when it's server-side rendered, 1 sec. When it's server-side rendered, okay, I need to have some water. 1 sec. Okay, let's carry on. My voice is slowly going, right? So we're going to say, because we're doing a server-side render in this instance, sometimes it might have already initialized the app, in which case we don't want to end up double initializing it, right? So the way we fix this is we go ahead and we say, if the Firebase apps.length is basically less than, if there is no app, right? So if the length is less than 1, so we do that by putting a bang here. So if it says if it's less than 1, then we say, okay, then it's safe to initialize the app, right? So Firebase dot initialize app, and then we pass in the Firebase config, right? Firebase config. Okay, Tabnine saves me with this stuff, right? Firebase config. Okay. Otherwise, so this is called a ternary operator. So it's like an if else. Otherwise, we're just going to use the one that we already have initialized. Okay, so otherwise use Firebase app. Okay, and if I hit save now, see how it cleans itself up. So now we're saying if there is no app already initialized, so there's no apps, and we check that by saying apps.length, then we just go ahead and initialize the app for the first time. Otherwise, use the one that we've already got. That's how we do it. Okay. And then what we say is const db. So we're going to create a database instance. And what this does is it says app.firestore, right? And this will allow us to access the Firestore database, which we're going to need to store all of the documents once we get this thing built. So here I'll click on export and I'll say export the database, right? And this is called a explicit export. If you want to have a default export, you can just do export default db, sorry. And that might be easier for you. In this case, I'm just going to do it explicit because that's the way we have it in our code at the moment, but feel free to change that as and when you need to. Okay. So export db, and then we're going to go ahead and hit refresh, and we should be good now. So let's see. Right. So our app should load up without any issues now. Okay. So what is this? This is saying no such files, Google Docs, modules, blah, 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 React Dev overlay, no modules. Okay, interesting. So in this case, I just want to check my node version is on the correct version. So node version, am I on the right one? 16, yes. And the previous command I ran was yarn add Firebase. So when this happens, you got two options. Try and restart in this case, it just seems to be a node modules issue. So let's do yarn run dev and just see what's happening. See if we can restart our server. Sometimes it cleans it out. If not, we can just run yarn, see if our install worked pretty good. Otherwise, sometimes you can get an issue with your dependencies. It's okay. It happens, right? Things aren't always smooth. Okay, my main advice, right, when you're coding, don't get disheartened if you get stuck or things break. My most common comment, whether it's any kind of social platform or whatever it is Sonny, I'm stuck. You don't provide any help or any assistance for me to help you. That's lazy, guys, right? You need to go ahead and start debugging it, figure out what's wrong, figure out, why is this not working, rather than kind of, getting an excuse to just say it doesn't work. I hate this, right? So you have to keep on hustling even when it gets to those points. Okay, so this is taking a little bit longer than we want, but let's carry on. So anyway, so once we've got Firebase.js set up, what we then do is we can go over to our index.js. Let's just go ahead and clean up our sort of workflow a little bit. Okay, computer is slowly dying on me, but we're getting there, guys. We'll get through this. I think for my next build, I'm gonna have to get some iMac or something, right, that can handle this. So there we go. Okay, cool. So if I do Command J, this is looking pretty nice, right? So what I'm gonna do now is we still get that same issue, but I don't think it's now. So if we hit refresh, it should be good to go now. Okay. So let's wait for it to refresh. Let's see what we get. And then after this, we're going to be doing, cannot find files for next build manifest JSON. Interesting. Okay. Okay, there you go. There we have it. A little bit slow, but you see, when that happens, sometimes you just need to restart your server, okay? It's okay, you've done everything correct. Just sometimes the way it works, you have to restart, okay? So what we're going to do now is we're going to implement our authentication. So we're going to use something called NextAuth. Now, if you haven't used NextAuth, buckle up because this part is very interesting. NextAuth is incredibly powerful right? It honestly is very, very powerful. And the main thing that you want to use NextAuth for is adding in authentication inside of a Next.js app. It makes it very easy. We can literally plug into Firebase as well. We can use any provider. So Google, we can use GitHub, we can use any Twitter, any kind of API, and it just plugs into this thing. And it's so easy when this works. Okay, so I'll show you. So we're going to click NextAuth.js on Google. Wait for this to load up, and then we're going to click on Get Started. Okay, now the first thing that we need to do and the thing that we need to understand is when we're using Next.js, we actually now have a kind of a server that's working for us, right? So in Next.js, the really cool thing about Next.js is that what we can actually do is I'm going to go ahead and quickly draw on the screen a little bit. So there we go. Right. So in Next.js, in React, typically we have the web page on, so we typically have a web page, right? And the entire app. So when a user comes to this page, right? So the user comes over to this page, right? The entire bundle gets delivered. This means every single page gets delivered to the user. Now it works and it's good and seems to be fast. But the problem is that one, that bundle could be very heavy. It could be quite big, right? Or it could just, you don't always need to see, why should I need all the resources from the entire website? Sometimes I only need the contact me page, or sometimes I only need, X, Y, and Z. So that's why we have Next.js, and for several other reasons. But the only difference with this now is that, but rather than going straight to the website and requesting a bundle, now what we do is we have a server running. Okay, so the user's experience doesn't change. They don't see anything different, right? So the user simply is over here. The user makes a request, but now we have a Next.js server, which is basically running. This is why we need to deploy it using Versal. Okay, so what really happens is the user makes a request to, let's say, sunnysanga.com. They don't see the middle step, and then that goes through and just goes ahead and works the way it works. So now we don't get the entire bundle being delivered. I just want to cut that out. We don't get the entire bundle. We just get the page that we request. So let's say Sunny goes ahead and goes to the contact page, /contact, right? So then this will go ahead and go to the Next.js server. This will build up that page on the server, and then it delivers it to the client on their browser. Okay, so this makes it really, really nice, really slick, and it means that we only deliver what the user needs to see, right? And there's a lot of clever parts around this, right? And this is called server-side rendering. We can do static site generation, a lot of other cool stuff. We explain it in 0 to full stack hero. You just need to know the basics for now, though, right? So what we can do here is we can actually do these intermediate steps over at the server level. One of those steps means, and because we have this server now, we get a built-in API. Right, so we actually get a built-in API outside the box. Or inside the box, sorry. So what we can do now is if we go over to our code and we do Command B and we look at our file structure, you'll see inside of pages where we have API, here we actually have a built-in API. So this is literally the same as very similar to an Express endpoint, right? So an Express API. And the way it works is very similar to how the page routing happens. It just sits in the API folder. Now, if you don't believe me, what we can do is we can go to localhost 3000 /API /hello, right? And then click OK. And watch this. Boom. We get a nice response from the API. So this allows us to provide really powerful features and things like that, because now you see we have the endpoint over here, right? So we have this. Oh, I think we got another donation. Who was that? Wongback, thank you. Because today I met with my freelance jobs dev team, I proposed Next.js to build a micro page. I received approval. That's incredible, dude. That's awesome. Definitely keep pushing, and that's wicked to see that you're using it, right? So the main thing now is that we are pretty much going ahead and introducing an authentication layer around this area of the process, right? So we're going to tap into this API and do it like so. Okay, now the way this works is, oh, what's up, Ahmed? All right, so now we're gonna go ahead and get started with this. So to get it working, we literally just have to create a file with this name inside of this directory. So we need to create a folder. Let's go ahead and do this. So I'm gonna create a folder, Command B to open up our file structure, and then inside of API, I'm gonna click on anything inside of API, and I'll click on new folder, and I'm gonna say auth, right? And then inside of that, I'm gonna create a new file, and I'm gonna say nextauth.js, like so, okay? And then this, there we go. So somebody says, I'm a beginner, can I start here? So what I would recommend is if you're a beginner, second link in the description, there's a complete free React Basics 101 crash course that I offer. Do that crash course. Then there's a 12-hour free video that I give on YouTube for the React crash course. Watch that, and then you can pretty much go ahead and cover this one as well. But if you haven't, then don't worry about it. Just jump into this one, learn as you do it, right? Don't worry. So in this case, we've got NextAuth like so. And then pretty much what you can do is you can copy all of this into it, right? So this is like our boilerplate kind of starting code. So I'm just going to copy this for now. And then I'm going to go ahead and hit paste, right? So let's go ahead and hit paste right now. So there we go. So in this case, you can see this is our boilerplate code. And believe it or not, this is handling so much behind the scenes. So what we're going to do here is we're not going to use GitHub. We're going to change this to Google. Okay, that's the first step that we're going to do. And then we're going to change a few things around here. So if you want to have more than one provider, say I want GitHub and Google, you can see that the provider's value here is actually an array. So we can actually include more than one provider, which is awesome. We can actually have Google, we can have Twitter, we can have GitHub. All I would do is copy this block and replace it with something else. Okay. So this is really, really handy. Tom says, I've been dying to learn Tailwind CSS. Inside of 0 to Full Stack Hero, we really go deep in it in the coaching calls. We do a lot of this stuff all the time, every week in coaching calls. So I do recommend, if you're interested, guys, jump into 0 to Full Stack Hero, right? So the stream is good time. Thank you, dude. Right, so providers.google, nice. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to change these environment variables afterwards. So we're going to change this one to be something called Google Client ID, and I'll show you what environment variable is in a sec. And then this one is going to be Google Client Secret, which means that you shouldn't share a secret, right? So it's a secret. Okay, this is looking good. So, okay, let's double check this. So we've got this. So the next thing I want to do is actually add in something called a Firebase adapter, right? So where we have a Firebase database, what we can actually do is every time someone signs in, we can actually create and maintain their information on the server as well. Now, we've never done this in a build, so I'm going to show you for the first time today, so get excited for that. But pretty much we got outside of the providers, and here I say adapter, right? And here all I do is I say Firebase adapter, and I pass in our DB, right? And the DB we're going to have to import. Okay, so I'll show you how we do this now. The DB comes from our Firebase. So this actually comes from our local Firebase file that we set up previously. Okay, so I'm going to grab that local DB file, and I'm also going to import the NextAuth Firebase adapter. So this is kind of like an adapter that allows us to communicate with Firebase from NextAuth Authentication. Okay. Tom says, awesome, I'm interested. I'm trying to become a full stack dev. Dude, 100%. I'm telling you, it's the place for you. We have 350 plus people. It's amazing. And we have really dedicated members in there. And if you want, just go check it out. papareact.com/course and you'll see for yourself. Right? Okay. So Michael says, are we using JWT? Behind the scenes, it's using JWT. I'll show you about what we're doing today. So we don't actually need this database part, right? Because the adapter handles that for us. And yeah, so at this point, we just need to provide a Google Client ID and a Google Client Secret. Okay, so what do process.env mean, right? So typically when you push your code to GitHub, you do have areas of your code which you want to keep secret. You don't want this stuff to be online. You don't want it to be, because think about it, it's private keys. Let's think about why we might need this when we're doing payment processing, when we're doing anything around something sensitive. We don't want to reveal those secrets, okay? So the way we do that is we go ahead and create an env file. So we're going to say env.local. Wow, 1.2K likes. That's insane, guys. I did not expect the traction like that today. This is insane. Thank you so much. And we're going to keep on crushing until we finish it today. So this is awesome, guys. Right? Even though it's been a bit slow, we're going to carry on. And it's just purely because of the computer issues. But we got this. It's a clear stream. That's all I care about. Right? So at this point, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and create a file. And we're going to call this .env.local. Okay? And inside of this file, we have private things. Now you can see how it's grayed out in the file tree. It's not green or anything else. That's because this is not included in your git push. You don't want to include this inside of your git push, right? So you definitely don't want to do that. Can you imagine if we get to one? Okay, let's try and get to 2K likes. Let's do it. We're at 1.2K right now. Let's go to 1.3 next, right? I saw your live stream for the first time and subscribed. That's nice, dude. Awesome stuff. Just got my first user. Awesome stuff, Earth Radio. Right, so here I say NextAuth _ URL. This is our first environment variable, and we don't actually need the quotes. So these are basically where we can include our, that Google client secret and all that stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and prepare these. So I'm going to say Google client ID, and I'll show you where we get these from as well. And then the final one is going to be, I don't need that. Final one is going to be Google client secret. Okay. And what I'm going to do now is this is going to be a secret key, right? That we're not going to reveal. And this is going to be a client key, which I'm not going to show you. I'll show you where we get it from, and then I'll replace it afterwards. But your NextAuth URL, this is where the magic happens. Okay. So for this one, we're actually going to say for our local environment, we're going to say / localhost port 3000, because this is how we're developing, right? Now, what's good about environment variables is that once we deploy this to our production environment, for example, Versal, for example, when it's at sunnysanga.com, I can change these environment variables because that's the production environment, whereas this is the local dev environment. So these are going to be the keys or the sort of environment variables for local, and then that's going to be the ones for the production, okay? Quick water break, and then we're going to carry on. This is where the bladder starts kicking in. Okay. Wow, JM Ninja, I did not know that. If you want to hide your env variables when in screencast mode, you can use the cloak. Thank you for that. I'm going to do that actually. I'm going to actually do that. That's pretty cool, dude. I didn't know that. JM Ninja is a diamond member inside the course. JM, let them know what it's like in 0 to full stack hero, right? So now what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to go over to my Firebase, and we're going to do a bit more setup over there. So we're going to click on Firestore database first, and this is actually going to go ahead and initialize the database so that way we can use it the way we need to. I can't believe the retention today. You guys are insane. Wow. We click create database. Thank you so much, guys. We click start in test mode. And if you do get messages from any other build where it's like, your rules are about to expire or something, right? Get rid of this part here. Right, so just the bit that's highlighted, and it will allow read and write indefinitely. Now, remember, this is test mode, which means that's not secure, right? I'm not hiding that fact. That is not secure. You should implement Firebase rules, but we're not going to cover it in today's video because it's quite another step, right? Whereas we've got quite a lot to do right now. So I'm going to click on next for now, and then I'm going to click on okay. It doesn't matter my location too much, and then let's see. I use it for my courses. Amazing stuff, JM. Honestly, that's awesome. Future Code, what's up, Elizabeth? Nice build. I got my first promotion at my job after 6 months. They bumped me up 10K. Sunny's build helped me get my first dev job. Elizabeth, that is awesome. Thank you so much for sharing that with us. I'd love that. We can catch up afterwards and you can tell me about it. That's awesome. Thank you so much. Right, Jacob says, first time here, majority of my learning has come from Coastal and West Boss. Loving the stream. You just got a new sub. Oh, that's incredible, dude. I love it. You guys get me hyped up. All right, so this is Firestore pretty much set up, right? So what we're going to do next is we're going to click on Authentication. So our database is prepped. The next thing we're going to do is click Authentication. So over Authentication, what we're going to do now is we're going to click on Get Started, okay? And then learning new things every build. Adapter. Yeah, William. I told you that was a big thing. William's part of the Papa fam as well. Amazing member. Let's go ahead and click on Google because I want to enable Google login. So they make it very simple for us, right? Man, you may help me getting started, my friend. That's what I need. This is what I do. This is why I do this, guys. Amazing stuff. So I'm going to get project support email, Papa React, and I'm going to click save. Okay, so we're going to do that firstly to get started. So you need to do the same thing. Now for the next bit, I'm going to hide it on the screen because I'm just going to need 2 variables, okay? So I'm going to go to Google, click on this, and I'm going to click on Web SDK configuration, okay? So I'm going to hide this for a sec. But basically you want to click that and then you'll have 2 fields. One will say Web Client ID and one will say Web Client Secret, okay? So where it says Web Client ID, what I need you to do is go ahead and pop it into the client ID over here. Where it says client secret, I need you to copy it and I need you to paste it over here, right? Save that file after and then close it, right? Because obviously this is secret keys. If I give this away, everyone gets access and you know, it just becomes a bit annoying. We've done it in the past. So what I'm gonna do now is get that client ID and I'm gonna paste it in. So that way I get access to my Google login, right? So let's go ahead and do this right now. And I'm just doing it now. It's just the computer's a little bit trippy. It's a little bit slow. So I'm going to grab the client secret as well. And then I'm going to get this. I'm wondering how many likes we at now. Wow, 1.2K. Let's hit 1.3, guys. Let's go. Right. And then I've got my secret as well. I'm hitting save on my environment file and I'm closing the environment file. Okay. So that's done. And then I'm going to go back to my Firebase and then here. So I clicked on this and that's how I was able to get the client ID and the client secret. That's what you need to do. Click save, make sure it's enabled, job's done. Okay. So what we can now do is if we go to our NextAuth.js file, right, just take your time with this. Don't worry about it. Honestly, just take your time. Watching the replay. Thank you so much, James, for tuning in. Right. What you want to do now is to access those secret keys. You can use process.env Google client ID, process.env Google client secret. But we have to restart our server because we've changed an environment variable. So it needs to load them in. So I need to do Control-C and I need to yarn run dev again. Okay, so these are small steps that you should just take your time with and then do it as, at the pace that you feel comfortable with. So that way you don't make a silly mistake. And here you can see it says loaded env from the local file, right? So that's what you want to see, right? If you don't see that, then you've messed something up. Okay, so this is pretty good. And here we passed in database to Firebase. Cool, everything's looking pretty good at this point. So what we can do now, believe it or not, is it's actually using a lot of authentication behind the scenes now. We just need to implement the sign in and sign out functionality. Okay, so I'm going to go back to my home page and let's see if everything loads. Okay, awesome. This is pretty nice. And now what we can do is we can go back to our index. So I'm going to do Command P to get a quick search. And then it's meant to be quick. I'm going to type in index.js and I hit enter. And that's how I kind of, go through files. Command J to hide my terminal. Little tricks, honestly, little tricks get you a long way. Right. And again, if you're enjoying this content, make sure if you want to keep up, Tabnine, 50% off, first link in the description. If the React stuff is a bit difficult, second link in the description, completely free, React Basics 101 crash course from me. And then the next description is next link is for the full zero to full stack hero. So, just go ahead and have fun with that stuff, guys. Let me do that because it's getting a bit slow. Okay. So we have this working pretty nice. So now what I want to do is I want to say, if you are logged in, right, then we will show this screen. If you're not logged in, I want to show a login component. Okay. So firstly, where do I put this? So if I go into my index.js, okay, and then Tom, I like that. The reason why I'm against it is because, not against it, but I think the developer should have control over what they do. So that way they are learning while they do it. Otherwise, I feel there'll be a lot of code that we don't know what it does, right? So that's why I wouldn't use that out of the box, right? So what I'm going to do now is, thank you, Sharida. Perfect, right? So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to get access to the session. So how do I know if a user's logged in or not, right? So NextAuth is so easy to use. It's incredible, right? So I'm going to do a little import at the top. And I'm importing two functions. One is called use session and one is called get session. I'm going to use get session afterwards, but use session is the one that I'm interested in right now. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and paste it in right here. So what I'm going to say here is I'm going to say const session and I'm going to say loading, right? So it gives us two variables, right? We don't actually need the loading state here, so I can get rid of it. But this is called array destructuring. You can look it up. But what we're doing is we need to use a hook called useSession. And all this does is it pretty much tells us that session will be empty or undefined if there is no one signed in. Otherwise, it will have things like the user's object inside of it. It will have all the things of the person who signed in, right? So that's pretty cool. Now someone says, which webcam are you using? This is a Sony a7S Mark III. So yeah, we got the best of the best over here. You have to reinvest in yourself, dude. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and say, I'm going to go down to my code and I'm going to say, where am I going? Okay, so it's not actually, oh no, it is here, sorry, yeah. So we need to say now, if there is no session, right? Oops, if there is no session, then you want to go ahead and return, rather than returning the app, I want to return the login component. Instead of the app, I'm going to return the login component. So they won't even see the rest of the app. They'll see this, right? So there are a few things you can do here. Once we get, there'll be a little bit of a glitch, but we can fix it afterwards, right? What's up, Joan? Thank you for tuning in from Chile, right? So I'm going to create this login component now. So I'm going to do Command B to open up my files, go into my components and create something called a login.js. So over here, I'm going to click in login.js. So login.js like so. And now what I can do is I can do underscore RFCE. Okay, so wait for it. Underscore RFCE. Okay, wow. It's really testing patience right now. Okay, so we're going to do underscore RFCE. And this is where we have the login screen. So this is literally going to be the screen that is represented over at this point. So we're going to build this screen now, right? So if there's no session, then we go ahead and show this screen. So what I'm going to do here, believe me, it's actually incredibly easy to do. Frank says, will this be recorded for later viewing? 100% Frank. So definitely watch it afterwards. Just smash the thumbs up, hit the subscribe and the bell icon. So that way, you know, whenever I'm dropping something new. Awesome stuff, dude. All right, so let's carry on. And by the way, guys, subscribe to the newsletter. I've been doing weekly newsletters. So, and you'll get the Papa Fam playlist as well, which is cool, isn't it? Right. Okay, so first thing I want to do is have an image, a button. So it's just two things, an image and a button. So I'm going to actually import everything that I need. So there's a few things I need. I'm going to import all of it at once, right? This just make our life easier. So I'm going to import the sign-in function from NextAuth as well, right? That's like a magic sign-in function as well. So I'm going to go back and right, so let's go ahead and pop it over here. Nice, right? So we've got the button, image, and sign in. Nice. So all I'm going to do here is I'm going to have the image component, right? So this is a Next.js image component. And for the attributes, I'm not going to use layout fill like we did before, because then you need a surrounding div that you basically, you know, size, and it has to be relative. Remember, that's a little trick. It has to be relative. Or what we can do now is we can go ahead and just simply use the height and width attributes. And we can use object fit contain to make sure the aspect ratio stays the same. Okay. So once I do this, I'm going to go ahead and hit save. Okay. And I just want to test something right now. Okay. So I want to go back to my index.js and I'm going to go ahead and import my login, and let's actually see now. So we shouldn't be seeing this once I hit save. So let's go ahead and import our login component. Control spacebar gives us our autocomplete, and that allows me to sometimes, you know, speed up our import. So hit save. Pranav, yes, I have used the link component, but this one we're going to use for a reason. So then I'm going to click on refresh, and now there shouldn't be a session, so it should return the login component. Okay, so check this out. Wait for it. We should just see a picture in a sec. Okay, so it's because I actually have a width. Okay, that's fine. That's actually pretty okay. So it's going to our login component. So this should actually just be rendering out a login component now. So give it 1 second. And now inside of this login component, what I'm going to do is I'm going to give this the div. Let's style up the div a little bit because right now it's probably not showing. So we're going to say div class name equals. We're going to say flex. I want it to be flex column because by default it's flex row. I want to center the items. So item center. I'm going to justify them in the center. So I'm literally centering on the X and Y axes, right? And then I'm going to go ahead and do min height should be the screen. And I'm going to give padding on the Y axis of 2, right? So go ahead and hit save. And let's go ahead and see what's happening here. So I'm going to actually just put in some text and see if we can even see our text. So let's go back here. I have a feeling it's just being slow. That's what I feel. I reckon it's just being a bit slow. So let's just go ahead and say H2 saying in hello. And let's see if we see our hello. Okay, so we're not seeing anything right now. Let's go ahead and refresh. This is most likely because we're live, it's probably just slow, to be honest with you. Right. There we are. That's what I was looking for. All right. So this is why I wasn't showing. So cannot resolve NextAuth client. So we have to install NextAuth the client. So I need to go ahead and grab that dependency, hit Command C to save a copy. And then that's actually this dependency over here. Command J to pull up our terminal. And then once that loads, I'm going to go into the second terminal and I'm going to add in this right here. So I'm going to go into my second terminal because the first one is running our Next.js app. And in the second terminal, I'm going to say yarn add NextAuth client and hit enter. Okay. Awesome stuff. Oh, thank you so much, Chintu. It says, you do great work, Sonny. You're helping a lot of people get their jobs. Appreciate that, dude. That is the main mission of the Papa Fam. Could not read from remote directory. Oh, interesting. Okay, so yarn add NextAuth client. Let's try again. Let's have a look. Yarn add. So this is a strange one. Why have I changed here? Right, so it seems to be doing some weird stuff here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to manually add that in myself. So I'm going to go to my package.json. Package.json. Right. Oh my God, it's so slow. Right, package.json. And here what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and add in yarn add NextAuth. I did do yarn add NextAuth. Did I not? Sure I did. Okay. Right. So I'm going to go ahead and oh, come on. Right, I'm going to go to my, where is it? NextAuth. Right, so we do actually have it. We don't actually have anything separately added, which is fine. So this is actually correct right now. The reason being is we probably just have to restart our server. Oh, actually, I didn't even add. Oh, my bad. Okay, guys, I completely forgot to do. You're right. So good spot. Yugen, I think it is. So yarn add NextAuth. I didn't actually do that. I thought I did that. Okay, so we need to do that. Yarn add NextAuth. Okay, and that will go ahead and add next authentication, which has in turn the client inside of it. Okay, so that will go ahead and fix this for us. And then what we should be able to see is this screen. So let's go back to our login and let's just carry on with the implementation. And then once it loads, it will work, right? So I'm going to have a button, and that button is going to have a login bit of text, and then it's going to have a few things that we apply to it. So I'm going to go ahead and grab my button. And then I'm going to go back to my code. And rather than saying hello, I'm just going to go ahead and change this one instead to the button. Okay. So let's go ahead and grab it and paste. Okay. Save. And here you can see what we're doing is when we click the button, we're actually going to trigger that sign in function from NextAuth client. Right, so that's all that's happening here. So we've just added a width of 44, a margin top of 10, color of blue, and that should give us this design, right? So what I'm actually going to do, I'm going to do a little trick that we have been doing to sort of free up the RAM. So give me 1 sec if it freezes a little bit, just bear with me. Quick little water sip because the bladder is starting to go. Okay, let's wait until this comes back. Right. 1.3K likes. Let's go, guys. That's awesome. Okay. So that's actually fixed us up a little bit. Okay, so now what we're going to do is that should be done in just a second. Yeah. Right, so let's just carry on. So we've got the login screen. This will go ahead and render out the login screen. When we click sign in, that will literally use the NextAuth that we set up earlier, right? So believe it or not, it's that simple to actually go ahead and get this working. So we've actually done that. So we hit refresh or fast reload just kicked in and wait for that image to pop up. Where is it? Let's see if it comes through. Can't resolve NextAuth Firebase adapter. Ah, okay. So that we do need to install, I believe, right? So that one I need to grab and do copy. And then I need to do yarn add NextAuth Firebase adapter. So yarn add NextAuth Firebase adapter. And that one will be added in because that's actually an additional thing because we're choosing to use it. Right? I wonder if we can hit 1.4K likes, guys. Let's keep on going. I really do love the support from everyone today. Incredible stuff. And like I said, while that's loading out, remember, there's a completely free React Basics 101 in the description. Second link in the description. Use it. It will help you out. Okay. So while that's loading, what I think we should do is think about the next thing. So once we've got that done, we can pretty much go ahead and continue the implementation for where we're almost at the rich text editor part, right? We're almost there. So, okay, there you go. Starting to show in, right? So save the log file. There we go. Done. And here we have it. So I'm going to go ahead and just refresh for sanity because I'm not sure if that actually is the way that I need it. Right. Pranav says, I'm enjoying it a lot. Awesome stuff. Right. Right. So let's go ahead and click on Google Docs login. Right. So now because that triggers off the sign in function, look what happens, guys. Right. So by default, we have a template provider screen, which I'll show you now. So if I go to my Google Docs and I click login, let's click login. And now we'll get redirected to a sign in screen. Okay. So you can see sign in with Google and all those providers, whether you're sign in with GitHub, they would all pop up here. Now you can customize this, but we're not going to do it today. And this uses the default color scheme of your system. So in this case, I like dark mode. I have dark mode everywhere. So that's why it's dark. Otherwise it would be white. So we click sign in with Google and now you'll get an error. So let's wait for it. You will get this error, right? Error URI mismatch. And if you got this, it's good. Don't worry. Okay. It's normal. So what you need to do here is copy this URI, go ahead and hit paste into your tab and then load it. Okay. And now once that's done, go back to that screen. And then we're going to go ahead and grab this local host. Approximity says you're still streaming and gone so far. Wow, awesome stuff. So we're going to go ahead and grab this. So basically the URI is localhost 3000 API auth callback Google. Now what we need to do is on Google, we need to authorize this, right? Oh wow, Nicaragua is tuning in. Awesome stuff, guys. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and go to that link that I went to previously. And once it loads up, I'll show you what you will see on the screen. The whole point of this is to basically have a secure authentication system. So we are telling Google it's only going to come from this URI. If it's not going to come from that one, you're going to get that 400 error that we just saw. Okay. So once we're at this page, mine just takes so long. Let's go ahead and do papareact@team@gmail.com. While we're loading, anyone got an M1 iMac? Because I'm looking at getting one. Let me know. I've got a souped up MacBook, but obviously thermal throttling kicks in when we do this stuff. And that is where it's a real issue. Okay, so it's loading up now. So what we can do now is go ahead and pop it up. Random UPX says, I do. How's it do? How is it, dude? Let me know. It's really, really fast. Awesome. Because it's when you're streaming, it's quite, quite intense. So my MacBook is very good for when I'm coding by myself. It's when I'm streaming, that's when the trouble kicks. Okay, so now what we're gonna do is we have the credentials tab open, okay? So there's two things we're gonna have to add here, right? So don't worry, we'll just be patient and it'll work, right? So the first one is gonna be, there's gonna be a URI that's gonna be at the top, right? There's gonna be a top section, which is for URI. The second one is gonna be for authorized callback URIs. Now, we've just copied out that error message that we had over here. We copied back the URI callback. So all you need is that one here. So just copy it and then we can fix it. Okay. And if you're enjoying the content, remember, smash the thumbs up because it does take a hell of a lot of patience waiting for this, right? So at this point, what we're going to do is we're going to go to add URI and we're just going to pop in that callback. So it will be localhost 3000 API auth callback Google. And when we do a deployment, you're going to have to come back here and you're going to have to change this to whatever your deployment URL is. So when I deployed to Sunny Sanga, I actually had a new callback URL and it was https://sunnysanga.com API auth callback Google. And then the same thing for here, add the URI. You need to go ahead and do the same thing over here. But at this point, you need to get rid of all of this and just say localhost 3000. And again, if it was sunnysanga.com, you do sunnysanga.com /. And remember, if you don't want to go ahead and pay for a custom domain, then you can pretty much go ahead and just replace this part with the demo URL that they give you when you deploy in Vercel. So we click save now. Oh, nice. Emmanuel, thank you so much. He goes $5. Papa reacting the building. Good question. Do you think that Firebase is enough to know in backend sense if you're a front end dev? I think it's enough to power your apps, right? It's a huge power source for your apps. Very powerful backend, and I think it's going to help you out a lot in that sense. I think if you want to become a full stack dev, then definitely branch out, start learning Node.js and all that stuff. But just enjoy the process. That's why I teach it. Right, it's very powerful. If I was to have a freelancing gig, or if I was to have something like my own company, I'd be using Firebase to power it. So that's my answer to that, right? So if I go back to localhost 3000 now, so it's going to know that there's no session, and then it's going to show me the login screen. So if we go to my index, let's go ahead and go to index.js. So index.js, where is it? There we are, thank you. And then what we need to do is, see there's no session because we're not logged in, hence it returns the login screen. So now I click on login. Wow, Yuya, thank you so much. 1,000 Japanese, is that yen? If it's not, I apologize, but thank you so much, dude. Then we click sign in with Google. And let's see what this is saying. Okay. Donations are popping off, guys. There we go. And you see how it works now, right? So you want to click on Papa React or Team or whatever obviously your email at this point. And then we should be able to log in. Now this will populate a session for us, okay? So this will give us back a session. And then what we can do here is we can actually use that session to then authenticate the user. So now rather than seeing the login screen, they will get redirected straight through to the app. Hey, it worked. That's awesome. Now that little delay that happened where we saw the login screen beforehand, I'm going to show you how we can do server-side rendering to eliminate that delay. But just for now, that's a great win. Okay, so we're logged in now. It looks pretty good, and this is exactly what we needed, right? So at this point, what we're going to do is, you see that header? We're actually going to pull the user's image from the session. Okay, so now what I do is I go over to my header.js file. Tree that says worked on my first time. Awesome stuff. All right, header.js, and then over here, what I'm going to do now is at the top of the file, I'm going to use that that hook. Okay, so I'm going to say const session. Oops, what is it? Const session. Remember array destructuring for that one, and we say use session. Boom. Okay, and then if you forget your imports, you just go Control Spacebar at the end of the line. Wait for it. Boom, and then that should import. Mine's being so slow, but there you go. Right, and that gives us the session. Now inside of the session, I can go to where that image is. So if I go to the bottom, if I remember, it's down here, image source. And what I can do here, which is awesome, is I can simply say session dot, wait for it, user dot, and then wait for it. And you see we get the user's email, their image, and the name, right? So this is really nice. So what I can do is I can go ahead and say user's image, and let's go ahead and hit save. And then my Google image should pop up. So let's go ahead and get rid of the class name here. Unless it's working now, my responsive stuff. So here you should see cannot read property user of undefined. Yes, because there's that sort of asynchronous period. So what we can do here is we can say session, and we can optional chain it. Right? So we can say only if there's a user there. But because there's a slight little delay, we can fix it. But I will show you how we can implement server-side rendering to get past this initial little loading phase, let's call it. Okay, so right now we go into this app, we are authenticated, it's just being a bit slow about it. Okay, so let's go into our local host, and then right, okay, so it says cannot read property session of undefined. Let's go over to honestly it is working, it's just my computer is just running so slow. That's why everything's taking a little bit of a second to update. Remember, all the code is perfectly available on GitHub repo. So if you do want to, have a sanity check and all the responsive classes and all that good stuff, then you can definitely go ahead and get it there. Now session, we can pretty much app optional chain and it'll fix this. Okay. So I can go ahead and pop in the session like so. Pranav, yes, that is exactly what we're going to do for server-side rendering. So Mohammed says he might add a spinner to handle the async. So yeah, so typically you can have a spinner, but remember, a spinner is still a UX thing that the user has to sit and watch. They have to watch that thing spin, right? That's not always nice, you know, like we don't always want the user to sit there and watch a spinner. We just want the server to figure it all out and then send it through, right? Also, Switzerland in the house. What's up, dude? Bisat, hey, and John Baptiste. Awesome to see you guys, right? So let's go ahead and see. Right, let's try and reload it now. Anyway, so let's go back to our index.js. I'm going to show you how we can implement some server-side rendering, which is pretty cool. So now you can see, guys, it's still hidden here. So our responsive classes do work. I do want to tell you that they do work. But for now, I'm going to get rid of this hidden class. Right, Fabian. I'm not sure what he's talking about, dude. I don't understand why that's a joke, but anyway. Right, so we're going to go ahead and hit save. And save. And then you should see over here now, we have our image. Now it looks a bit strange over there. Let's have a look what's going on. So you can see right now, the image isn't showing the way we want it to. So where we've got our image over here, we've got ML2 rounded full, height and width of 12, cursor pointer. Okay. Looks pretty good at this point. So let's go ahead and refresh and we should see if it pops through. Yeah, peaceful night. I think you're right as well. I think it's honestly just because I'm live. That's the truth. Okay. So in this case, what we can do is I will show you what we'll do. So ignore that for now. I'll fix it. Okay. So at the top, we go back to our index. AEFS, that's what I'm talking about. Right, go to index.js. And then we're going to implement our server-side rendering. Wow, it's getting so slow. Okay. But we just fight through it. It's okay. So what we can do is, before we can actually get this working now, right? So rather than having that little kind of glitch or that kind of annoying part, right? We can actually have a server-side rendering step. So remember previously I mentioned that it renders on that server beforehand, right? So over here, so we can actually go ahead and get the user's authenticated state before it loads the entire page, which means we don't have that asynchronous step and we don't need a loading spinner. The way we do this, guys, is we actually add in a special function. So let's go back to our index. Let's go to the bottom of our index function. And all we need to do in Next.js to get our server-side rendering is we say export async. And I explained this a lot more in 0 to full stack Hero, but you guys can feel free to jump in. We've got export async function get server-side props. Okay. And then what this does is it has something called the context. And this is basically like the request that the user sent, right? So it's got all the information about that stuff inside of it. Hence, it's the context, right? So Uni Gaming, dude, anyone who's negative, I'm just going to go ahead and throw you out. So it's all good. Right. So at this point, I'm going to say const session. So I'm going to get the user's logged in session at that server side rendering part of the build, of the render, sorry. And I'm going to say await. And I'm going to say get session. So notice how it's not use session. Use session is a hook. We can't do that on the server. This is no JS in this block. So we're going to say get session and we're going to pass the context. Right, and this pretty much gives the session, right? So all the session stuff happens over here. Then what you can do is very smart. What happens here? So the way that we pass from that server, like from this server portion over to the React app, is through props. We literally pass it as a prop to our page, which means it fits into the React ecosystem, right? So here, what I can do is I can say return. Wait for it. Return, and then what we do is we return an object with props. And this object, we simply include the session inside of it, okay? So, Bless says, is NextAuth similar to Firebase Auth? It's actually easier to implement, in my opinion, right? They're both amazing, but this plugs in as well, and it's really awesome, right? And I do want to show you guys afterwards what that adapter did as well, okay? So this went ahead and done that. And then what we can do is, it actually goes ahead and pre-populates the session, but this comes through as a typical prop, right? So we can actually go ahead and use the session like this, or there's a nicer way of doing it. And the way that I recommend you do it is you leave your code like this, but you go ahead and you run over to your app.js. So you go to your app.js, and inside here, what we do is we need to include something called a provider. In fact, I didn't actually do it over here. Interesting. Kind of forgot to do that on my last bit. No, sorry. Looking at the wrong thing. We need a provider. Yeah, we need a provider. I did do it. So what we need to do is import the provider. So can I send a super chat of 10,000? I mean, if you send a super chat of 10,000, wow. Depends on what currency, but that's crazy. Okay, let's go ahead and it'll be like one of those Mr. Beast streams. We'll go from coding to being a Mr. Beast stream. Right, so we're going to import provider, and then what we're going to do is we're going to go to our component, and we're simply going to wrap it in this provider. Now what this does is it basically, so this is called a higher order component, and what it does is it enhances any of the children underneath it. So every component that gets rendered for our app will have access to the session through this provider. And notice how it comes from our NextAuth. All we need to do is go ahead and get access to the page props. So notice how all the page props are accessible. So what we say is page props.session. Now, behind the scenes, what's happening is it's doing that on the server render, and then we basically pass it through to the component. So that way, rather than that kind of annoying, little asynchronous delay, now it just works, right? So if we go over to our index.js, you should see all we need to do is use the uSession hook, and it literally just plugs into that now, right? So if we have done some server-side rendering like we just implemented, it will literally go ahead and populate session based on that now. So if I go ahead and refresh now, notice how we don't have the loading screen pop up, the login screen. Notice how it just works. That's awesome, right? And I don't think, if you'd never used server-side rendering before, trust me when I say that is damn powerful. Okay, I'm not joking when I say that. And look, you can see even that image is perfectly coming through. So if I refresh now, we don't have any asynchronous loading or flicker. It straight away knows we're logged in because it happened on the server. I hope that makes sense, okay? Because that's a very important concept of React Next.js. Let's hit 1.4K likes, guys. We're so close. Smash the thumbs up if you do it. Yeah. Satvic says, are we allowed to add these projects? Yeah, of course, dude. Go for it. Okay. So, and now you can see this works pretty nice. So what I can do next is, as part of the header, if I click S, or if I click my profile picture, that's literally coming from my Google user information now, which is awesome, right? So, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and go to image, and I'm going to say on click equals sign out. Right? And sign out is a function. If I do control spacebar, it's going to be available to import from NextAuth. So here you can see like a function, we import it, we got up to the top, and we can see that we've imported sign out from NextAuth client. And literally, guys, I promise you not, this works. This is better than a spinner, and this is what I would recommend. Your UX is much better this way. Right, so Mohammed says much better than old school spinner. 100%. Oscar says hi Papa and everyone, this is great live tutorial. Thank you, Papa. Appreciate you, dude. Just smash the thumbs up and thank you for being here. Right, so I'm going to click on S and wait for it. Let's see what happens, and we get logged out, which means the session no longer exists, which means it now redirects us to the login component. So if I click login now, we will get redirected to this. Click sign in with Google. I then go ahead and have my login. So let's go ahead and grab a login. Let's go ahead and do Papa React.team. There we go. And now, right. Now what we do, we are getting so close, by the way, guys. The next part is a rich text editor, which believe me, it won't take as long as you think. Right. And then we log in and boom, it allows us in. Right. This is just happening because it's quite slow on loading. Right, but there we go. Okay, so if you are excited for the next part, okay, then it's going to be, yeah, if you're excited for that, let me know in the comments right now. Because right now what we're going to do is actually build the documents capability. So we're going to have a modal that pops up, so that way you can add a document when you click the blank little thing over here. So when you click that, we're going to have it so that you can go ahead and, you know, where is it? Dun, dun, dun. Did you know Bruno Simon rated you? I don't know what rated means on Twitch. I'll be honest. I have no idea what it means. So once you click the blank sort of thing over here, it will go ahead and allow you to Jagrab. I don't know what that means. Oh, because I can't see my Twitch right now, but thank you, I guess, if it was good. Let's click sign in with Google. Wait a second. So how many people are watching on Twitch right now? I don't know, because I can't see the comments from Twitch. So papareactor.team, there we go. And douche. Wait for it. So we're going to go ahead and implement this part now. So where we have blank, if I click it, I want a modal to pop up. And then if I enter a document name, I want to create a document, have the rich text editor. Okay. So William says he's excited. Awesome stuff, dude. Get ready for this. Right. And 1.4K likes. No way. Oh my God. Damn, guys. What? 1.5. Let's do it. I can't believe that. I am speechless. Wow. Okay, look at that. It looks amazing so far. Okay, so now I'm going to click on blank and I want that pop-up to come up, right? Now, I just want to show you guys as well, if we go to our Google Docs YouTube, because we added the adapter in NextAuth, look how easy it is to capture all the user's information now. So wait for it. Wait for it, guys. Wait for it. Look at this. So William, this is what you're waiting for. You got the account. So this is the account person. You've got the session. So this is the current logged in session. So if I log out, this will literally in real time get deleted from the database. And if I click on users, you will literally see my account because I logged in. There you go. Boom. Works. Just everything works. That is so powerful, right? Like as in just from one line of code, an adapter, it works. Right. So, and that will literally kind of integrate with several providers. So I would recommend using NextAuth, right? It's very, very powerful. Okay. So what I would also want to show you before we carry on, actually, no, we'll carry on and then I can carry on with that. Right. So what we're going to do now is actually have the sort of, let's create the pop-up, the modal pop-up. Okay, so if I click on index.js now, if I click on index.js, wait for it, my computer's so slow. And let's go to the top. We're going to create a modal. Okay, so the modal comes again from what we have, that material UI, right? So let's go ahead and grab my index. Right. Pumped up for more courses. Hell yeah, dude. Not going to stop. Right. So the modal right now, we just need to import a bunch of dependencies. So we've got a modal body, modal footer. All of it comes from Material Tailwind, and they handle all the animations. So that should help us out. Command C, and I'm going to go ahead and grab it in. Right. Headless UI. Headless UI is awesome. Yeah, it is awesome. But for now, I'm going to use Material Tailwind because it handles the animations, everything for me. Very easy to use. Okay, so what I'm actually going to do here is something interesting. I'm going to have before we actually do the return, I'm going to have a variable which holds the actual returned JSX. So I'm going to say const modal equals, and this is going to be a bunch of JSX. Now in this JSX, right, we're going to have a modal. So the modal itself is going to have the following. So we're going to need, so I'll tell you what we'll do. Okay. I'll tell you what we'll do. We're going to need a piece of state, which is going to keep track of if that modal is open or closed, right? So the first thing I'm going to do is have a piece of state. So if we go over here, I'm going to go ahead and say const, and I'm going to pop it in here. So to write state in React, state is basically our reactive variables in React. Again, I covered that in the free React Basics course. Right, so second link in the description. But here we can pretty much go ahead and add a piece of state. So this one is basically giving us two things. It's giving us the variable called show modal, which is a Boolean, and set show modal. So if I ever need to change it, all you have to do is change that variable and it'll work. Now, when you've got this is the initial value. So it's going to, by default, we don't want that modal to be open. Okay. So what I can do now is for the modal, that I'm going to have the following line. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and firstly have the modal itself. So the parent. Oh my God, my computer. Come on. Right. I'm going to paste. So we've got the modal, the parent. Right. Wait a second. We're freezing a little bit. All right. So we've got the parent over here. And this is going to be, I need a closing bracket for this. So we need closing modal. Okay, there we go. So here we have the modal. So we have the size is a small modal. Its active is going to be based on show modal if it's true or false. And then we're going to say toggler, right? So the toggler is basically going to be dependent on if we click that little X, or if we click outside the modal, what should it do? Right, so in this case, we should set it to false if you click the little X or anything else. Right, so in this case, use state needs to be imported. So yes, we're going to click Control Spacebar on use state, and then we're going to do it. So we're going to go ahead and do this and auto import. There we go. Hit save. Okay. And then we're going to go ahead and hit refresh. Right. Okay, so now what we do is we've got the modal, the sort of, the overall outline of the modal. And the next thing that we need is the body and the footer of a modal. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is the body. We already imported it at the top, as you can see. And what we're going to do is I'm actually going to paste it all in and explain it. Okay, so we're going to have the material UI buttons as well inside. So I'm going to paste everything in and I'm going to go through line by line and explain all of it. Okay, so let me just go ahead and grab this right now. Okay, so I have it with me. Let's go here and let's paste it in and I'll show you what's happening. Furkan says, will the source code be shared later? The source code is available in the description and we packaged it up. So it's going to include this build as well as 28 other builds. So it's a little package that you can go ahead and grab. Okay, so I'm going to hit save on that and I'll explain exactly what's going on here. Yeah, so we need to have firstly, we have the modal body, and inside the modal body, we have an input. The input is mapped to, we need to keep track of the value. So we need another piece of state for the input, right? And that's going to be whatever we type into that modal that pops up. So I'm going to go ahead and create another piece of state called the input, and this will have set input, which will allow us to go ahead and manipulate that variable if we need to. On the use state, I'm going to start it off with a default value of an empty string. So now this input is basically, we keep track of it by mapping it to the input piece of state. So the value is mapped to the input piece of state. And then we have on change. So as you type, right, as you type, it's going to go ahead and I'm going to go ahead and actually create document is a function that we're going to have to create. So I'll show you that one in a sec. But as we type, it goes ahead and updates the state. This is all this is doing, right? Type is text, the class name, we're going to get rid of the outline. We're going to make the width full. Placeholder is enter a name of the document. And then we're going to go ahead and say on key down. I'll explain all that in a sec. So I need to create a create document function, which is empty. And again, this will all make sense in just a second. Okay. So we're going to create an empty function called create document. Just bear with me, guys. This will make sense, right? I'm going to hit save. And then, thank you, Mohammed. Appreciate that, dude. So now you can see this, right? So if I click on blank, you'll see a pop-up, right? Not yet, actually. So we haven't actually rendered this, sorry. So all of this stuff, I'll explain it again, don't worry. All of this stuff is inside of this variable modal. So actually to get this on the screen, all I need to do now is go ahead and highlight modal, copy it, come down here, and then next to the header even, anywhere really, I can go ahead and just say modal. And if I hit save now, it will, and it's nice under the header because you get this little effect going on. But if I click blank now, check this out. So wait until it refreshes because it's still being a bit slow, but we're going to stick it through. Okay. Thank you, Tefera. Appreciate you, dude. Right. So wait for it. And I'm going to click on blank and we should see a nice little pop up in just a second. Okay, no, yeah. Right, so I'm going to click on save, set show modal, true. Oh, okay. The reason being is because obviously I haven't mapped the open part yet. So when I click blank, nothing's happening right now. So that's a bit of a silly mistake. So we go over to our button for that picture rather, right? So this actual picture, what I want to do now is we need to go to, where is it gone? We need to go to the button. So the actual image itself, where is it gone? Set show model true. Okay, so where we have our image tag. Oh my God, it's very slow right now. That's why I'm kind of moving so slowly. Sorry guys. So you have the div right outside the image, and that includes the blank and the image itself. So this div, I'm basically going to tap into that div. Oh my God, it's just skipping past my bit. Okay, bear with me, right? Div here, right? So now here I'm going to say on click, and what I'm going to say is equals, and I can do an inline arrow function, right? And this allows me to do a bit of inline code. So here I'm just going to say set show modal Tabnine clutch, and I'm going to say set it to true. And then I'm going to hit enter. Now, because that modal is mapped to the show modal variable, what should happen now is if I click blank, boom, we get the modal appear. And because it's underneath the header, can you see how it shows and the header is still visible? And if I click around it, you see how the toggler kicks in, right? So let's go back to our modal and I'll explain this now. Okay, so it's not my device storage, dude. It's streaming. So you guys, obviously when I'm coding by myself, it's extremely fast. It's because I'm streaming now. That's why my video RAM's getting taken up. Okay, so here we have a few things that we need to talk about, right? So we've got the on change happening. Everything is mapped to the show modal variable, okay? So now if I go ahead and click on blank, we toggle that to true, which means that the modal appears, right? Because it's active now. And then what we have is the input. The input is being mapped to the input state, okay? So now if I type in like testing, right, and I click create, or if I click on key down, basically means that if the key that I press is the enter key, then I should trigger the create document function. Or if I click the button over here, I should trigger the create document function. The rest of the stuff is just styling. Okay, so now remember, toggler gets triggered off. So this bit over here, toggler, which sets the modal to false, happens when I click outside the box or if I click the cancel button. Okay, so the main thing is, can it edit documents? Yeah, dude. Yossi, definitely. You can do everything in this one. It's incredible. So I'm going to say testing 1, 2, 3, and I'm going to hit create. Right, and obviously right now we're not doing anything because the create document function is blank. So now we implement the creating document function. Okay, so we're getting there, guys. We are so close to literally getting the we are so close to getting the rich text editor part. So if you've stuck it through at this point, wow. You know, Mohammed, you don't even need that. It works out of the box with this, right? The toggler that handles that for us. So create document, let's do it, right? Oh, okay. So now what we do for create document, we need to do, how did you do the fade effect? Oh my God, you're so awesome. That's because of the, that's built in with Material UI. That's why I used it, right? So now what I want to do, right? So when we hit create document, so for example, when I type in this bit, right? So the input, right? The input right now, only if it has got some information in, do I want to do something, right? So if it's empty, then I don't want to do anything. So how can I stop the execution? I can say if there is no input, then simply return and leave it there. That means that it will literally cut the execution there. It won't carry on past that line if there is no input. And we want to do that, right? Because we don't want to create empty documents with no names. Right? So the next step is we import our DB object, and we literally start interacting with the DB at this point, right? So at this point, what we do is we do DB and we hit Firebase, and oh wow, Wafi Mohammed, thank you so much, $5 donation. And we also had somebody grab the GitHub code as well. Amazing stuff, dude. People are joining everywhere. It's crazy. So I'm going to do DB and we import it from Firebase. This is the interesting part. So what I'm doing now is I'm going to create a new collection called user docs. And that user doc will be mapped to the person's email. And inside of it, they're going to have a collection of the documents that belong to them. This means that only they can have the access to their documents. Okay, only they're allowed access to their own documents. So now what I'm going to say is db.collection. Okay, let's wait for this to load. DB right? db.collection, and then I'm going to say user docs, right? So user docs, and then I'm going to go into, if you're unfamiliar with NoSQL, it's got a collection document structure. So I'd recommend checking up on NoSQL structure if you're confused as to what's happening here, right? So thank you, Abdul. Thank you, Bernard. Appreciate you did, right? And make sure, guys, if you're watching and you're enjoying the content, subscribe, hit the like button. We're nearly at 1.5. 1.5. Oh my God, that's insane, right? So I'm going to click on .doc, right? And this is the interesting part. So how do I get the user's email? So we have the session. So I can go ahead and say session.user.email. Perfect, right? I can get that. And then I can go into their documents. So the collection is going to be user docs. Then we go into the email, and then I'm going to go into the collection of the docs. So that's going to be all the docs that belong to a certain user. Okay. The next thing I want to do is I'm going to add a document inside of there. Okay. So I'm going to hit save, and then I'm going to add a document inside there. So what is that structure going to look like? Right? It's going to have two things. It's going to have file name and it's going to have timestamp. Now, before anyone says, you know, I would do it a slightly different way, or I'd have a different database structure. Remember, you can build this however you want, right? There is no right or wrong. There is obviously better ways than others, but this is just a very simple way of helping you out, right? This is just a very simple demonstration of one way that you can store your information. You can store your information in so many different ways. Don't worry, right? So at this point, we're going to say add, and then I'm going to say file name. And the file name is going to be the input. So what we type in over here, that's going to be the file name. And then the second value is going to be the timestamp. Now, why do we want the timestamp? We want the timestamp because we want to actually show the most recent document at the top. Now, what timestamp do we use? If I use my timestamp, it's going to be London. If you use your timestamp, it's going to be somewhere else in the world, or it might be London if you're over here, holla. But what you want to do is you want to use the timestamp of the server. That way, whenever you submit a document, we're all using the same timestamp because it was all in that same, you know, US central server or something, right? What's up, Hops? Good to see you, man. Hey, I always notice when he comes in. So yeah, so the next thing we're going to do is use that server timestamp, okay? So what I'm going to do is at the top, I'm going to go ahead and import Firebase from Firebase because I need access to our dependency, because we're actually going to be using a sort of, it's called a static function, but it gives us the server timestamp. So we're going to use it. Right, so I'll go to the top and I'm going to go ahead and import Firebase from Firebase. Yep, let's do it. And if you guys are tuning in later, or you know you've been watching for a bit, the computer's been slowing down a bit. That's why we're moving at a bit of a weird pace, right? But that's all it is, right? So we're getting through this, right? So here I'm going to say Firebase dot, and then what we do is we say Firestore, right? So wait for it, Firestore, and then it's going to be dot field value, right? And then we say dot, and then wait for it, and then we say server timestamp. So server timestamp, okay? And then we do, and that's actually a function. And this will literally give us the server's timestamp. Whoa, oh my God, we just hit 1.5K likes. That's a record. I've never hit 1.5K likes on a stream when I'm streaming. That's crazy. Thank you guys. Wow, right? So after that, we got the file name from the input that we make, and we have the timestamp, right? So which is this one here. And then what we need to do is I want to go ahead and actually, once we submit this, I want to close the modal and I want to clear the input field because we would have already added it to the database, right? So at this point, what I can do is I can set the input to blank. So I'm going to set the input to blank, and then I'm going to set show, oh God, what have I done there? I'm going to set show modal. Set show, I've lost my bearings. Show modal. And I'm going to do false. This is the third day that I've done a long coding session because I had Wednesday coaching call in the Puppet Fam for 3.5 hours. Thursday, Diamond membership call, 4 hours pretty much. And then today, live. So your boy's working hard for you guys. So set show modal. And now what will happen is we're going to demo all of this in action. So if we've done all this right and everything's gone to plan, now what we can do is I can go ahead and I'm going to go ahead and actually pull this over here. Right, I'm going to go ahead and pull open a new, let's go ahead and pull open a new window, even more RAM, right? And what I should see now is, let's open up our Firebase. Dun, dun, dun. My input isn't blank. Oh, sorry. Thank you guys. Good catch. This should be set input blank. Good catch. Look at that, guys. You guys are on it. Right. It's literally taking a while for me to select it. So it's not me being slow. All right, we're going to do this. And then we're going to go here and do this. But save. Okay. Go back to my Cloud Firestore. Right. So if I click on blank and I type in testing. Oops. Oh, let's just say, yo, YouTube. Yo, YouTube. And I hit create. So enter key, or I do that. Oh, look, it disappeared. Nice. Now, because we added a new collection, you actually have to refresh your Firestore and then it will become real time. But now we should see a user docs collection with Papa React inside of it, with docs, with a custom document inside of it, with a file name of yo YouTube. If it's all working, destroy the thumbs up button. Right. So let's test this out. Okay. So user docs. Oh, it's looking good. Then we should have Papa React. Nice. Then we have docs. Nice. We have a custom doc. Nice. And then we have yo YouTube. Boom. That's awesome. Right. That worked first time as well. Just getting, yeah. Flex. I'm joking. It's practice. Don't worry about it. All right. So file name is your YouTube. Timestamp is there. Amazing stuff, right? And it's working really, really nice. So what do we do now? Okay. We need to list it out here, and then I need to create the rich text editor screen, right? And then we handle all of that stuff. Okay. So let's go ahead and do this. So it's not just Chrome Pranav. It's a lot of factors. Trust me. I've been working on that for a while. But well, obviously I will try alternatives. Thank you guys. I should have actually maybe used Safari. You guys are correct, actually. It's too late to change now. Yoga, you guys are right. You guys are right. You guys are right. Actually, use Safari. Okay. Should we use Safari? Okay, let me try and use Safari. Let me try it out, because that might actually make us save a lot of time. So I've just closed my Chrome, and we should see a huge drop in my usage, I would hope. If I don't, then I've just, wasted a bit of time. Okay, so I'm just checking something quickly. Right. So it's actually my VS Code, interestingly. Okay, I mean, it's not Google Chrome. So I just wasted a bit of time. Okay, so we've got our code here. The next thing we're going to do is actually we're going to show the documents that we have. Okay, we're going to show the documents that we have. So the first thing I want to do is I want to actually use something called React Hooks Firebase. Okay, so React Hooks Firebase is going to help us out in sort of, making everything super slick and making it work in a very slick way. So I want to pull information from the Firestore database, right? So what I'm going to do is, firstly, I'm going to get that back. So whatever I had up previously, I want to kind of get that back, the Firebase portion of it. There we go. I'm going to pull up Firebase. And we're just going to have to deal with this speed. I mean, we can do this. We've done worse. Okay. And then we'll do localhost. And there we go. Don't worry, guys. We don't let this stuff beat us. It's all good. Okay. So we have that working, and then we have our Firebase over there. Nice. And I'm just going to go ahead and shift my Firebase onto a different screen. Okay, awesome. We're back. All right. So at this point, what we're going to do is we need to install React Firebase hooks. So you can obviously look up React Firebase hooks. What is that package? What the dependency is that? Basically what it is, it just provides us with a bunch of useful hooks, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over to React Firebase hooks. Just going to go ahead and copy this dependency. And I'm going to open up my terminal with Command J. So Command J to open it up. Wait for this. Right. And then I'm going to go ahead and do yarn add React Firebase hooks. Hit enter. And we're going to install React Firebase hooks. Now, while that's doing it, I'm going to try my little RAM trick. See if we can free up some RAM. See if that actually works. If not, don't worry. But it's worth trying. Mohan says, you rocking, man. Thank you so much, dude. This is why I have an iPad on the side, so I can carry on with this. Nice, guys. This is awesome stuff. React Firebase hooks. Yeah, I always get confused. But yeah, you know what I mean. Right? So it's looking pretty nice at this point. So it's going to take a little bit of a second just doing its thing. Okay. And then what we're going to do now is we need to go ahead and pull from our Firebase, right? So we were naturally before pulling things, we had our stuff being pushed into user docs. So all I need to do now is I need to create like kind of a listener, right? Which is going to pull things from here, right? So what I can do now is we've actually gone ahead and installed it. Great. So I just need to go ahead and pull a dependency from Firebase. And that dependency is actually going to be called a use collection once. Now, typically, if you've used this dependency before, you're probably going to be wondering, why aren't you using the use collection? It's because I don't need that level of granularity, right? If I do change it, I'm actually the one pushing it in. So it will actually update on my end. But we don't need to do that right now. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and Command J to hide my terminal. Douche, right? We still have such amazing retention. I can't believe how many people are still watching. Thank you guys so much. Right, so we're going to use collection once, okay? And then what we need to do is I'm going to create a snapshot. And the snapshot is basically like a real-time listener, right? A real-time listener of this. So I'm going to be listening to this to basically get these documents, okay? So what I can do now is I can say const session, and I actually need this to be... I'll have this actually happening. Wait a second. So let's go ahead and pop this underneath the use if session. And to be honest, we should do that with a lot of this stuff. So we can move a lot of this underneath, and that way we don't need to initialize that variable if we're not reaching that bit of code, right? So that's fine. So we should have this under here, and then we'll say const snapshot. And again, you can get access to the loading variable, but we're not going to be using it right now. And what we're going to say here is use collection once, use collection once. And now what we're doing is we're pulling data from our Firebase database, right? And what we do is we use our database, our sort of, our magic DB variable, and we say DB dot collection, and we're literally going into that same collection. So we're going into the user docs, DB dot collection. And here we say, we go into the user docs, and then we go into the document, which is going to be session.user.email. And then we go into the collection of docs, right? So we're literally accessing this right now, accessing the docs right here. And then what I want to do is I want to sort it or order by, I'm going to order by the timestamp, okay? So I'm going to do collection docs, and then all I need to do here to make this magic work is to go ahead and add in order by. So I'll do dot order by, dot order by, and then I say timestamp. So timestamp, and I do a next comma, and I say descending. Okay. We got a nice message. It's coming home. Yeah, hopefully it's coming home for England. Yeah. So then there you go. We've got the snapshot, right? So that will go ahead and actually fetch from it. So that snapshot now has something called docs inside of it that we can render on the screen. Okay. So the next part is we go down to the bottom of our page where we were going to render this out. And let's go down to, it was underneath the My Documents section, right? And then what I need is after this div, just before we actually exit the section, I'm going to go ahead and say snapshot dot docs. So snapshot dot docs dot map. And this basically goes through all of the documents. So however many documents there are here, we're going to go through them all, right? And then we're going to say for every single one, so for every single doc. So let's go ahead and do for every single doc. We're going to say, I'm going to return, and we're going to create a new custom component called document row. And this is going to be the presentational component that we see that comes up, right? So we're using Firebase, Firestore database. And what we need to do here is we need to always include a key when we're iterating through a list. So the key in this case would be doc.id. The ID would be this custom ID that gets allocated when we push something into that database, right? So that's going to be the unique identifier here. That allows React to re-render that list of items in a more optimal fashion. So it doesn't re-render the things with the same key that haven't changed, right? So in this case, the three additional things that I need are the ID, the file name, and the date, right? So the date is the timestamp. So what I'm going to do here is I'm actually just going to pop these in like so. And to access the actual contents of the sort of, the file name, the sort of timestamp and all that stuff, what I do is I do doc.data, and then I'll get access to those things. So doc.data gives me access to the file name, doc.data gives me access to the timestamp. I'm also going to pass the ID through as well, right? So the ID and key are the same, but you have to have a separate prop. So if I hit save now, we'll get an error saying there is no document row component. So I'm going to do Command B, create a document row component, right? So now if I go over to my components, and let's click on create new. We're doing pretty good on time. We're doing pretty good on time. I'm going to do document row.js, right? And guys, I wonder if we can hit 1.6, right? Let's keep on going, honestly, right? I think we're already at 1.5 ALC underscore RFC. And I'm going to create this document row. Now, this is the one that's responsible for showing each of the rows, right? So we're not actually showing it right now, but that's fine. Okay. So let's go ahead and wait for this. Right. So I'm not getting my IntelliSense. Come on, give me my autocomplete. There we go. Nice, document row. Okay. So once we've done that, now we need to go ahead and create the document row. So 3 props come through as a argument, right? So what we can do is we can do something called ES6 or object destructuring. I can pull the 3 things that we just passed through a second ago. The things that we need to pass through is we need to go here, RFC where memory is low, RIP, I know, dude. Feeling it, honestly feeling it. So here we can go ahead and pop this in. And then what I'm going to say is where we have our div, I'm going to go ahead and use a few things. So just to save ourselves a bit of energy right now, I'm going to import the things that I need from this file in the beginning. So that way we can go ahead and get this set, right? So wait for this. And then go back. And then wait a second. And we can go ahead and do this. Right, so we've got all of the imports that we require, and use router is how we actually do sort of redirects or anything like that. So in this case, when they click that document row, we want to redirect them to the actual rich text editor experience where they can type and everything, right? So let's carry on. Samrat says, you're one of the greatest content creators in React I've ever watched. You helped me to crack an interview on React with ease. Thank you so much, dude. Appreciate that, man. Really appreciate that. Okay, so now we're going to say the div, and then I'm going to have a bunch of things. So I've got an icon, some p text with the file name and the actual timestamp itself. So I'm going to go ahead and pop those in right now. And then hopefully we can just start to see this actually come to play. Right, so the timestamp, you have to do a little bit of formatting. You have to actually get the timestamp, and then you have to run the toDate function, right? So you got the date, toDate, which is a special function. Then you just do toLocale date string, and that will actually convert that timestamp that we store into your local time zone, right? So whatever your computer is, it will show in that time zone. So now, with that said, what we can do is we can go to our index.js. So let's go to our index.js like so. And then we need to import the document row. And we should actually start seeing this stuff happen in front of us now. And then I'll come back and we can finish that bit off. Right, so document row, hit save. And let me know, are you guys enjoying this right now? Even though we've kind of had a little bit of a, a slow sort of progress, but it's pretty good. Right, so I'm going to go back to and see if we've actually imported this. So document row, yep, we have our document row imported. Thank you, Visheshta. Appreciate you, dude. Right, so now we should see something on the screen pop up. Okay, give it a sec. This looks pretty neat. Thank you, Kyle. Appreciate it, dude. So look at this. We see yo, right? So yo YouTube, that is, but it's just kind of get cut short right now. So I'm actually going to go ahead and build this out. So the icon right here is the article icon, which is this little icon over there. We've got the P, which is the file name, and it's flex grow. But right now the overall container is not a flex container, hence it's not working. We're doing padding left of 5, width of 10, padding right of 10, and truncate is what it means when it gets too long, it will just add a little ... Obviously, we can't see any of this now because we need to go ahead and fix the surrounding div. So for the surrounding div, I'm going to say class name dot flex item center, hit save, and you should be able to see things going in line now. So firstly, this will fix our little issue we had. So there you go. Looks very clean. And then I want to give it a padding of 4. So that'll look a lot cleaner than what it is right now. And then we're going to say rounded LG, because when we have a hover effect in just a sec, it'll have a nice little effect to it. So I'm going to say hover. So when I hover over this, I want the background to go gray, and I want a very light shade. So background gray 100. Right. So now if I hover over this, wait for it. Look at this, guys. Look how clean that is. All right. So really, really nice little clean implementation so far. And then we've got, and then we've got the wording for server-side rendering can get confusing. Apologies for that, guys. That's why I would say take your time learning it. So don't get freaked out if it doesn't make sense. There's a moment when you're learning server-side rendering where it just clicks. I'm telling you, took me a while to figure it out. But I do go ahead and show you guys inside of 0 to Full Stack Hero. Right? So this looks amazing. Right? So now what we can do is we can go ahead and say text SM. So we're going to make it smaller. Text small. Text small. Cursor pointer. So we'll say cursor pointer. And yeah, that should do it. So the text should be a bit smaller. Text. There we go. Now you see when I hover over it, looks very nice, right? Right. Now don't, just because something is new and it's kind of, you know, scary, doesn't mean you should be afraid of it, right? And I see a lot of negativity around that in the comments. Don't worry about it, right? Just take your time, learn something new. It's worth it. You shouldn't be freaked out or scared by something which is new, because learning it and getting ahead of the curve will set you apart from the rest, okay? So I recommend it. So at this point, we've got this looking pretty good. And then I just want these little 3 dots at the end of it, right? Just a kind of little finishing touch. So we're just going to go ahead and pop those in right now. And that's just got a vertical little dot icon. So I'm just going to save a bit of time. We're going to pop that in, and I'm pretty sure, given that we've done a few buttons and icons now, we can make sense of what that is. Okay, so after this p tag, wait for it. I'm going to drop this down and paste. Here we go. Button color gray, button type outline, rounded true, icon only, because it's only the icon. Ripple will have that nice little ripple effect. And then we can do this, hit save. Right, and now we should see a little dot pop in a sec. Okay, wait for it. There we go. Right, so look at that. Looks very clean. Now, obviously, what I would say is if you want to take it a bit further, I would say mess around and get this in a table, an actual table. Obviously, for time reasons, we didn't do it. But now you can see we've got a little issue here, right? It's kind of too big. So that should be a max width restraint, right? So we need to restrain that. And the way we do that, guys, is we simply go over to our, so we're actually done with our document row, almost done. We need to implement the router part. So what I do want to do is when I click this, I want to redirect the user to /doc/ the ID of the document. And then we'll create a page route for that ID and we'll render out the actual document, right? So what I can do is I've got this use router hook. So what I'm actually going to do now is get access to my router. So that way when they click it, I can redirect them. So I can say const router equals use router. And then when they click the div, I can say on click. What I want to do is have an inline function which says router.push, right? So it'll push this page into the history, which means they can go back and forward like so. And I'm going to do back ticks instead of normal ticks. These are back ticks, right? This allows us to do something called string interpolation. We're going to redirect the user to, and back string interpolation is pretty cool. So you can have, if you write a $sign with curly braces, you can add your JavaScript. So now this will interpolate a string which says doc / the ID. And we hit save. And now if I click this, it will actually redirect me to /doc / whatever ID of the document was. Okay, so it looks really nice. Okay. Right, let's do this out. Okay, so if I click this now, we should get a 404 because it's trying to redirect us to a page that doesn't exist, right? So wait for it. Page cannot be found. Nice. And if you do want to customize the 404 page, you literally create a page called 404.js. FYI, if you're wondering, right? So I think we're nearly at 1.6. Guys, we're nearly at 1.6 likes, K likes, right? So this is looking pretty good, right? So what I want to do now is I need to make the max width be applied. So we go back to our index, and then we are literally at the point where we create the document. So we are almost at the final point. So index, pages, and then let's go to our, right, let's go to our, go down here, where we render this out. So this section, okay. So right now, where we render out the document rows, we need to have some kind of constraint around this area, which means that it applies the max width 3XL. Okay, so there's a few ways of doing that. Obviously, in this case, the simple way of doing it would be to actually go ahead and have, 1 second, where's this? Oh, God's sake, it's so slow. So we can actually surround it with this div. So take this div, cut it, and go past the snapshot, and go down here. Boom. And then hit save. Nice. This is not accessible. Guys, there's so much. Oh my God, there's so many things. Program navigation. Wow, I can see so many, like, dude, keep the negativity down. Remember, we're building this like in 3-4 hours, right? Live with loads of tech issues. You have to kind of relax when you say that, right? So this div, oh, thank you, Girik. Appreciate that, dude. So we're going to put the div, this one, outside the snapshot, okay? And that means that now we're surrounding it with this class with the max width, okay? So let's go ahead and pop this here. And now you can see we get the max width constraint, which is obviously much nicer, okay? So we can do that. Looks very clean, right? And I think, let me see. Oh my God, we bloody did it. We got past 1.6 slides. Wow. Oh my God. It's insane. Okay, so now we are at the final interesting fun part, right? The fun part. Now we're going to implement something I've never done before on a build. We're going to implement a rich text editor. It's based on something called REACT.JS. And the magic here is basically going to be that you click into the document. So when I click this button over here, right, then it will go ahead and actually take me to the next page, which will be a rich text editor document. And that we can then go ahead and edit, and it will be stored in the database, and we can use and pretty much handle it the way we need to handle it. Now I'm going to give you a quick demo before we do it. The demo of this is available on sunnysanga.com, so you can go ahead and check it out. Obviously, at the time that you're watching this, even if it's maybe a replay in a couple of months or whatever, you may not be able to see it because I change sunnysanga.com frequently. So just remember, build it yourself and check it out, right? So on the actual website, once we have something up, if I click it, you'll see we get a nice little loader, and then it comes to the actual page, right? So you see this, and if I type in testing 1, 2, 3, and if I go back, right? So now if I go back, it's actually saved that. So if I click back into Papa Squad, you'll see testing 1, 2, 3 retains. So I'm going to create this page right now. Okay. So this is how we're going to go ahead and create it. Okay. So check this out. Right. Guys, honestly, focus on the video. God's sake. Right. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and create that screen. Okay. So what I need to do now is whenever we have a page, for example, /doc / like this random wildcard, right? And when I say wildcard, I mean it could be any possibility of a string, right? So if I look at this URL, it has /doc / anything. So it's kind of like a, you know, it's kind of a random ID to it. Right, so you can change the text box to whatever size you want. Don't worry. Take water. I'm trying not to because this stream's quite long. And it's going to be hard to hold it all in. Right, so what we're going to do now is, we're going to go ahead and create this page. So the way that you do that is, remember, all the page routing happens like so. Let's go ahead and go down to, if we go to pages, so all of the pages currently in here. Remember, I showed you earlier, if we have contact.js, it will resemble /contact, right? But if we want /doc, very simply, I can just add a folder in, have doc as our folder. So let's go ahead and create a folder called doc inside the pages folder. Now we have /doc, and then I'm going to have a wildcard. So what we do is we say square brackets, and then we add a variable. In this case, the variable is id.js. I know it sounds weird. I know it seems weird, but this is how you do it in Next.js. It's very powerful. You just need to learn it. Okay. So you can do underscore RFCE, and then we should get our little template. I got my first internship. Amazing stuff, dude. Well done. So, and then obviously you want to change that to become, let's call it the, what page did I call this? I called this one the document, I think it was. Yeah, doc. So this page is actually going to be the doc page. So we can actually change this. You don't want that as a function name. That just is crazy, right? So let's go ahead and change it. Obviously it's being a bit slow. Let's change it to doc. If this works, we can say H1, and we can just say this is the text editing screen. So let's just say text editor. Okay. And then I'm going to go ahead and do this, save. And then if we refresh now, we should actually see it. We no longer get a 404. It just works. Okay. So I know the connection's a bit droppy, guys, but let's just keep going and we can fix this. All right. It's cutting out a little bit. I know. I'm aware. Don't worry. We can get through it. It's all good. Okay. To go wrong now. Okay. So I'm going to do that, and I'm actually going to close my Chrome as well. And then I'm going to try and get this one fixed up. So bear with me in 1 sec. Let's try and free up some RAM and some resources. So that way we can see if this works. Okay. And I'm going to try and get this actually in performance mode as well. So okay. So we should have freed up a lot more now. So I'm going to go ahead and do, I know, I'm aware of the lag. Relax, guys. Remember, all of it's going to be recorded. It's going to be available after the live stream. So don't worry. It will be fine to watch afterwards. That's completely cool. Right now, I'm just going to go ahead and try and reset my RAM. Right. And then we'll carry on. Takes a huge amount of patience. Trust me, I know. Okay. Okay. I'll tell you what I will do is I'm going to open up a door in here because it's a bit too hot in this room. I think that might be why. Right. If you do make a repo public, okay. I'm going to carry on now. Okay. Right. So VS Code. Let's go ahead. Okay. We're back. I know there's lag, but we're just going to try and crush it through it. Okay. Let me know. I think we're good. I think we're still good. All right. You should see me right now. I'm good. Okay. Let's carry on, guys. Okay. You can see me now, right? So I'm going to go ahead. I've actually turned on a very powerful AC unit. So hopefully we should be able to see this now. So, and I think it might cool the room down. I think that might have been what was going on here. All right. So let's just carry on. We can push through this. Okay. Don't worry. At this point, I don't really care about the people with you. I just want to finish this stream strong. Okay. So we can do this strong and we're not going to let this beat us. So I'm going to open up my localhost 3000. Okay. Localhost 3000. And, right. Right, 1 second, need to know. All right, nice. All right, so let's carry on, guys. We can beat this. It's not gonna be the end all be all, okay? So I'm gonna do Command J to open up my terminal, and we're gonna run this again, all right? So I'm gonna do a few things. Before I actually run this, I'm gonna go ahead and run through a lot of the code, okay? So I'm gonna run through a lot of the code, and then I think that what we can do is, that's gonna allow us to actually, when we run the app, allow us to sort of get things up and running, right? But right now, because the RAM is already maxing out, I think what we might be able to better off doing is coding and then running the server and then doing it, okay? And then we can go ahead and do it that way. So at this point, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and import a bunch of dependencies right now. Okay, so the first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and pop in Oh, sorry, legit hip hop. I thought you were actually sharing. Just try not to share this code if that's okay. Yeah? So let's go ahead and pop it in. Right, so let's do this now. Wow, you guys came back. Oh my God, that's incredible. Thank you guys. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and do a bunch of imports. Right now, we haven't done a lot of this stuff. So text editor we haven't imported yet. So I'm gonna go ahead and comment that one out. But the rest of it we've actually created. So, and we've installed all of these things, which is fine. Okay. So we have the doc and everything working in the way that we expected to. Can you guys can hear me all right? Everything is good. I think we are golden now. Okay. Right, let's carry on. So at this point, I'm going to do yarn run dev. Let's just screw it. Let's do it. Yarn run dev. Can't live in fear, guys. Right. So now we've got the H1. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, we don't stop. We do not stop. I'm telling you, I do not stop. I'm not going to let this beat us. So we've got the session here. And obviously, if you're watching back on replay, just skip that part. And we're all good to go. So we're going to get the session. So we know how we do this. We do const session equals, equals use session. That's why I love Tabnine. It helps me speed this up. And next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to say, if there is no session, we're going to return the login. Right? So we're all familiar with that. If there is no session, then we're going to return the login. Right? Return the login component. Okay. Golden. Right. Now, obviously, I've actually disabled my preview, so I can't actually see anything. But obviously, I'm going to guess that we're doing this right. And I know pretty much from experience how I can control everything. So I'm going blind right now. Okay. We're still good. Right. But it's all good. I'm going to literally, I can still like control my camera and stuff, even though I can't see the preview. I know what's happening. Right. So there we are, right? So I'm going to say if we aren't logged in, then return the login screen, right? And that way we protect against people that aren't, you know, if you're not logged in, you shouldn't get access to this. So what I'm now going to do, guys, is I'm going to have the header section here, right? So this is going to have its own separate header, and this header is going to be the top portion of that text bar, right? So if let's go ahead and load up our app. Abdul, no, I didn't ban. Don't worry. It was a bit of a warning. That's all right. All right, so let's go ahead and do it now. We're back. Okay. Thank you, MC Fresh. Appreciate the support, dude. Okay. There we go. We have it. Now we have this. Perfect. And then let's click on. All right. Jay, moderate, please. All right. Okay. So at this point, what we can do is we have everything back. So when I click on Yo YouTube, I want to see, we see text editor. So now we're going to build the header out. So the first thing I'm going to do is inside of here, I'm going to have header. Okay. Now the header is going to have a few things inside of it. So the header is going to have, let's have a look. So we've got a bunch of other stuff inside of it. So at first, we're going to add a few classes to this header. And actually, you know what? So I can show you guys what we're actually building. Let's go ahead and actually have this in a separate screen right now. So I think that actually helped me out quite a lot. I think it was just cooling my computer down. That was the issue. So snakesanger.com. Nice. Cool. Okay. Nice. Now we have this. So what I'm going to be building now. Okay, we're back. We are back in full action. All right. Full swing. We're back. Okay. Thank God. All right. And now I can see myself as well because it's cooled down. Okay, so we've got this. So I'm going to build the top header section right now. Okay, so this header section, the way we do it is we say the class name. And it's going to be a flex box. We're going to justify between. Guys, that was a clutch save, right? Holy crap. Item center. P3, PB1. Okay. And then what we're going to do is where we have the header, I'm going to have a few things. So the first thing I want to have is this icon. Okay, so the icon, I'm going to go ahead and pop it in like so. So let's go ahead and chuck the icon in over here, save it. Okay, and I'm actually going to go back into my performance mode. I think that helped me out quite a lot. Okay, so we've got this, the icon, and if I hit save now, you can see the icon pop up. Now, this doesn't have an on-click on it, so what I'm going to do instead, I'm going to span around it. Span is an inline element, so it means it doesn't, change anything too drastically. I'm going to make it so that if I click that button, I actually go back, right? So I'm going to go back. Darshil, you're going to get blocked, dude. So don't, right? So I'm going to say on click. And then here, what we do is I'm going to say router.push, and then I'm going to go back. So pushing, not replacing, because I want them to have this in their history. And obviously, if we're using the router, I need to say const router equals use router. And then that we need to import, which I've already done. Okay, nice. Now, for the class name, what I need to do now is I go ahead and go back to my, I say class name equals, and I'm going to say class name equals cursor pointer. So cursor pointer. And this is pretty much what we do to get it working. Okay. So at this point, I can click this and then go back to the home screen. So now I've got this navigation back and forth, and it means that we have to be logged in, otherwise it'll kick me out. Looks pretty good, right? Looks pretty good. Next step is we have a div. Inside this div, I'm going to have an h2, right? This h2 is going to have the file name. So it's going to say, you know, testing at the top or so forth, which means I need to get access to what we're actually looking at, right? So I need the snapshot of the data that we're pulling from. So what I do now is I need that to make use of that nice little snapshot feature. So I'm going to say snapshot, right? And then what I do is I'm actually going to get the loading snapshot state as well. So this is called loading snapshot. You can name it whatever you want. And then I'm going to say use document once. So this is similar to the first one. It's not a real-time listener, but it's going to pull the document based on a route that we give it. So I'm going to say db dot collection. And then I'm going to say enter the user docs, right? And now I'm going to say user docs, and then I'm going to say doc session.user.email. Okay. There we go. Nice. Right. So awesome stuff. Looks good. And then we're going to say, sorry, that's not the one. So we're going to go into the doc. Yes, that's the one. And then we go into the collection of docs. And then we go into the document, which is the ID that comes through, which we get. Right. So the ID. Right. So this is the interesting part. How do I get this ID? Right, so the ID that I'm referring to is, and dude, anyone who comes with negativity, just go ahead and block. So Jay, moderate, please. Right, so let's check this out. Right. Yeah, honestly, if you've got negativity, dude, leave. It's all good, man. It's not being advanced. It's just a case of you're trying to do a lot with a lot of tech issues. So that's it, right? So 8K compression. Any of the moderators right now, feel free to ban, right? You guys are moderators for a reason, so you should be doing that right now. Okay, so I can't really do it. So there you go. Right, so if session, there we go. There we go. Period. J is 8K compression. That's the one. You banned the wrong person, dude. Right, so H2. And then what we do is we say, where am I gone? Snapshot data. It's really annoying when people do that because it's like, it's free content, guys. Free. So if you don't enjoy it, you know what to do. Literally piss off. Period. All right. So snapshot data, I'm going to optional chain it, and then we're going to access it. And again, optional chaining means if it's fine for whatever reason, we're going to go ahead and, you know, stop the break, right? And then we access the file name. Now over here, how do I get the ID? Right. So how do I get this ID? Basically, you see in the root, right, where we have doc / and this was a wildcard over here, right? So this wildcard over here, what we're doing now is we have this, right? So this is the wildcard. It's a query param. So what I can do is I can go ahead and I can say const ID. So I'm destructuring, and we actually get that from the router, right? So it's actually part of the router. So I can say const ID equals, and I can say router dot query, right? And then this actually gives me the ID. Oh, nice. My girlfriend's in the house. What's up? Hey, babe. So we've got tons of tech issues, but I'm getting through it. Cannot read property user undefined. That's fine. So now what we do at this point is where we have the session.user.email. So this is the point where everything here, like we did last time, should be in order. So if we don't have the session, we simply return the login, and then the rest of the logic flows on. Okay. So now, are we logged in? Okay, there we are. All right. So at this point, we have this, and now again, I'll show you how we can get past that little asynchronous loading phase, right? And then what we do is we've got the ID, which is here, and then we have the file name. So the file name is the bit that I'm interested in now, okay? So that H2 for that file name, what I need to do is firstly the div, I'm going to make it flex because we're inside of a header, which is flex, right? So I want that to be flex grow. So I want that to take up as much space as it can. Give a padding on the x-axis of 2. For the H2 tag, I'm going to say it should be, why can't I see it right now? Where is it gone? So we got the icon. Let's have a look. Where is that? Let's load this up. So let's actually go to my localhost 3000. I'll explain it in a sec, guys. Yo, YouTube. Let's click it. Okay. So basically, const router equals use router gives us access to all the things which are related to the root. Okay. This ID over here is it's called an ID because we gave it the name of an ID when we decided to set up the root, right? So it's a wildcard with the name ID. So to access that random, whatever this wildcard value is, what we do is we say router.query.id. So we can either use the variable like this, or I can pretty much get this variable in its own little variable by using something called destructuring, and that's the same thing as doing this. Okay. So the next thing that we can do is we have the snapshot. Now this is the interesting part because I'm not getting back my snapshot data file name. So let's actually have a look at what's going on. So I can console log the snapshot and we can inspect it. So F12. And you see we're getting undefined, and we're getting a bad undefined, right? Because that's actually spanning too many times, right? So we definitely don't want to do that right now. And the reason why this is happening is we have use document once, and we have everything being passed to it. User docs, session, user email. Let me just double check my code is actually correct right now. So we've got the router query. Let's have a look. Okay, so need to exit this page. Localhost 3000. I got caught in a bit of a loop. Right. There we go. Right, so that was the difference. We need to get the router. We need to get the ID from the root query, and then we get the snapshot, which is accessing what we need to access. Now, if we go ahead and check our console, there we are. That's what you should be seeing. Right, you should be seeing one value, not tons of stuff. Okay. There we go, yo YouTube. Obviously when we're live, these are issues that we just naturally come into, so it's okay. It's okay. Right? So console log snapshot. Now what I want to do is I'm going to implement like a weak form of security here, which is basically going to say if you don't have access to the file name, then we're going to assume that you don't have access to this file, because otherwise the only way that you get access to this file name is if you're logged in with the correct email address. Okay. So let's go ahead and check this out, right? So how do I do this? So I'm going to say redirect the user if they don't have access to the file name. The way that I do that is I say if you're done loading the data, so if you're done loading the snapshot, the information, and so it's a conditional, and the snapshot dot data, and again we need to protect ourselves by adding in the optional chaining. We'll say if you don't have the file name, so the way we do that is if you don't have the file name, so if you don't have access to those two things, then what we do is we say router.replace, and it's replace because I don't want them to click back afterwards, right? So it's going to be router.replace, and then it's the home screen. So now if I click enter, now if I'm not logged into the correct account and I try and access this URL, it will literally throw me back to the home screen. Okay, that's how we do it, right? So we've got that working pretty nicely now. So the next thing is, and this basically, if I just go ahead and drop this in, so redirect the user if they try to access a URL they don't have access to. That's what we're doing here, okay? So Richard Rose, thank you so much, dude. Appreciate the positivity. And guys, like I said, apologies for the tech issues. We got past it though. That's the main thing. Okay, so smash the thumbs up button if you enjoyed that. The fact that we got past that tech issue. That was a really hard tech issue to get past, I'm not gonna lie. That stressed me out a little bit, right? So we've got the H2 coming on the screen right now. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna have, right. So what I'm gonna do now is I've got the H2 and we're gonna go ahead and have a div. And the div here is gonna represent all of these elements, the file, edit, view, insert, format, tools, okay? So what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna say div, and I'm gonna have a p tag, but I'm gonna have a couple of p. I'm gonna have 6 p tags. So 6, right? Boom. Thank you so much, Angelina. Appreciate it, dude. Oh, if it's go, I'm sorry, my bad. So file, edit, and what are the other ones? We've got file, edit, view. That's what I mean, it's live, right? So you guys get to see it for real. Insert, format, and tools. Okay, tools. Okay. All right. I think because with that previous negative guy, but we need smart, be happy, sunny is awesome. Thank you, dude. Oh, Barbara, sorry if it's a girl. Thank you so much. You know what? Let's have a water break to that. Cheers to that. I agree with Barbara on that. I think it's true. We are doing amazing stuff here, and we're doing it in one go on a live stream. So I think you know, I like Barbara's spirit. Yeah, I think we're doing amazing stuff, guys. Let's keep hustling. All right, so we have the p tag. So we're gonna make this look like this, and then we're gonna implement this rich text editor. Okay. Trust me, it's going pretty good, right? So we have the div over here. The div itself is going to be a flex box. So if I'll save it as I do it. So it's going to be a flex box, which means they're going to a row. The items are going to be centered. So it's going to be items center. Okay. Then it's going to be, the text is going to be small. So you can see it goes smaller. We're going to say the space between every single X child should be a space of 1. So you see how it's spaced out a little bit, right? And then what I'm going to say is a margin left, a negative margin left of 1 and a height of 8 is what I want to do. Okay, there we go. That's how we push it a little bit that way. And I want it to be text gray. So text gray 600. Okay, there we go. Now the individual magic comes from this part. Now obviously we have 6 different p tags here, but each one is going to have the same thing. So what I want to do is I want to have this new option class name, and I just want it to have all the stuff that I need inside of it. So I'm going to show you guys a little trick now. If you want to create your own custom utility classes, then what you need to do is basically we're going to create a styles.css, like a global sort of style in this level. So you click Firebase.js to get to that level, click styles.css, and inside of our styles.css, what you do is you access your Tailwind components. So basically you do that by saying @Tailwind components. And then what we do is we're basically going to inject our own custom class into that component layer. And we do that by saying go to the layer of components, and then we're going to inject our option class. So the one that I just went ahead and said. The way we have Tailwind code inside of a CSS file is we say @apply. Right? And this is a kind of Tailwind magic happening here. And then what we're going to say now is we're going to say cursor pointer. We're going to say cursor pointer hover bg gray of 100, right? And then now you can see if I go to, let's go ahead and check out where is my code. So we've got this. I'm going to save it. So we've got the option happening here. We've got this happening over here, and then I want to say transition. Oops. Let's see a padding of 2. I just want to see, is this even coming up? So I think it's my JIT. My JIT is not actually working the way that I need it to. Okay, so my Tailwind isn't working the way that I expected it to right now. So this is typically how you do it, and it does work. some reason, while I'm live, it seems to be playing up with me. Oh no, sorry, this is correct, right? This is correct. So this is right. The reason why it's not happening is because we're not pulling in this styles.css. So the way that we fix this is we go over to our app.css and we need to import it. That's it. So here we say import, and all we need to do is pop in that style sheet. So we say styles.css. Now, there we have it. Okay. So what we did there, guys, is we imported our styles, our global styles sheet. We created a new custom Tailwind CSS class, and then we went ahead and created this one. Now what this one is doing is cursor pointer, and then we've got hover BG gray, so when we hover over it, we've got a transition for that hover, and we're saying it's 200, so it's basically 200 milliseconds, yeah, 200 milliseconds, very quick. Ease out, so that way it comes in quick, but it eases out, so it's very gentle, like the way it kind of comes out. P2, so padding of 2 around it, and then rounded corners, rounded LG. And then what we can do is we can just use this. So you can imagine the power now. So if you ever got like repeatable sort of utility classes or custom styles, you can use it and apply it in that sense. So I hope that helped you guys out, right? Because that is definitely a pretty cool one to know. Okay, so what we can do now is we can continue on. So you can see now what we're going to do is actually have right. Yeah, so we're gonna have the share button and the S over there, okay? So for the share button, what we do now is we go ahead and we go to outside our div and we say button, and we've already done the imports at the top, so you guys can just pause it there and pull in those imports. So for this button, we're gonna have a icon, which is icon and text. So the way you do that is you have the icon, and then you have your share bit of text next to it, because without this, it would have, you know, just the share button. But as we put an icon next to it, that's how we get the share and the icon. And the attributes for this, guys, is going to be the following. Okay, so we've got this right here. Now, I'm just wondering, okay, so now my responsiveness is working. Right, so this is strange. I think before it wasn't working because I guess my computer was too slow or something. But you can see now, okay, so I'll explain what's happening here. Okay, so what's happening here, guys, is nice. So if I get rid of this hidden inline flex or whatever, we're all familiar with this right now, okay? The color is light blue, the button type, these are normal attributes, and we're saying the height is 10. But what's really cool about Tailwind is when we add in our own class, for example, as a class name, we can say on all mobile sizes, right? On all sizes, we're gonna say it's hidden. On all the mobile sizes, it's hidden. Only when we hit a medium screen size do I want it to become inline flex. So now, only when we hit the medium screen size does it actually come in. So that's how we get responsive design right there. So it looks pretty good, right? So it looks very nice there. So the next step that we do now is we've got the icon coming in. I just need the image of myself, okay? Now the image, I'm always gonna show. I don't want that to be responsive. I just always want to have my image up. So I'm gonna say image, and again, I'm not using the Next.js image because I don't know the domain that it's always gonna come from. So I can't whitelist it. Right, so the source of this image is actually going to be session.user.image. Okay, and now if we refresh, I want to show you guys something. Let's see, we got the session user image. Now, how do I style this? I do class name. I say rounded full. So I say rounded full, and that gives me a nice circle. And then I can do cursor pointer, so that way when I hover over it, right now it's not a cursor pointer, so I can go ahead and say cursor pointer. Oops. Cursor pointer rounded full, H10, width of 10 as well. And then I'm also going to say a margin left of 2. Right, so there we go. Nice. Okay, now if I go ahead and make this a bit bigger, you guys can see it only comes in the share button if we have that responsiveness. But in fact, when it's actually quite small, I think it fits in pretty well. But the reason being is I wanted to support mobile. And when you get to this point, it's pretty slow. Right? So let's carry on. 4 hours. Yes, this is real. This is how we code. This is it. Right? I hope this gives you kind of motivation to show you that you can code the same length and you guys can keep pushing too. Right? So I want to show you guys something. 1.6, 1.7. Can we hit 1.7? Oh my God. I hope so. Right? So now we've got all of the header stuff done. So here comes the main part of the build, which is the rich text editor, right? The rich text editor. So now we're going to implement the rich text editor. Okay, so to get this bit working now, what we do is we're going to go ahead. I'm your big fan because you're a pro. Thank you so much, dude. Appreciate you. All right, so now we're going to implement that text editor. Okay, so the way we implement the text editor is I'm going to make it very much simpler than this right now. Okay, so I'm actually just going to create underneath the header a component which just says text editor. And all the logic and work is pretty much going to be created for that text editor in its own isolated component. So I'm going to do Command B, go to my components and type in text editor.js. And here I'll do underscore RFCE. There we go. And then you can see text editor. Nice. And then what we can do is we're going to go ahead and import this in the correct file. So if I go back to my ID and I can go here and say text editor, we're going to have to sometimes import it manually. So components, text editor, nice. So if I go into my text editor now, you get my like, my man. I'm a dev, but new to front end, and I can only dream making clones website in a couple of hours. Very spaz at restaurant. Thank you so much, Matthew. Appreciate you, dude. Definitely subscribe if you want to watch some more stuff. But yeah, it's all of this stuff's free, available for you guys to learn from. Hope it helps, dude. Right. So at this point, we've got the text editor here. So I'm just going to say H1 text editor. J mod, please. All right. Niraj, just time out or something. All right. So we've got text editor there. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to make that work. But for now, if you see when we refresh, we get this asynchronous issue. So to fix it, do you remember how we do that, guys? We go to our, remember, you can only have those get server-side props only in the functional components inside of pages, not components. It's only for pages. I want to make that very clear. So to get rid of this asynchronous janky stuff happening, what I can do is I can fetch the user beforehand. So we can do a server-side render here. We can sort of export async function, get server-side props. Thank you, Tabnine. And now what I can do is I can say const session equals get session, and we simply pass in the context. And then remember, we pass this back as a prop. Remember, we pass it back as a prop to our React component. So here I can say export, return props. And then I return simply the session. And now we fetch the user on the server render before it hits the browser, which means that the user's never going to see that little glitch because we're fetching it using the uSession and we have the higher order component fixing all that stuff before. So now if I do refresh, await to get session. Now check this out. Boom, just works. Right? No more login stuff. I mean, I don't know, but I get excited about this stuff. I think it's cool. I think the tech's cool. I think it's really nice when that stuff works. I get hyped about that, right? So we've got the text editor here. So now the magic happens in the text editor, right? Everything else happens in the text editor now, right? And then we are literally at a point where we are done, right? And then we're going to deploy, and then this is going to be timestamped and uploaded for you guys to watch, revise from. And before we carry on, I just want to make it very clear, guys. Remember, if you find this hard, don't worry, right? The second link is a React Basics 101 free crash course. Check it out. It will help you out. It's free. It gives you a month to Skillshare as well. You get a bunch of other stuff that's included with that. It's free as well, right? So make sure you do that. Subscribe to the newsletter. It's going to help you guys out. And I'm just trying to provide as much value for you so you guys don't get scared of this, but you can work. Steven says, what do you like to code best during day or night? Honestly, nighttime, I think. I code a bit better later on in the day. I get into a bit of a zone, especially around midnight. I don't know what it is. I just get pretty dialed in at that time. Everyone's asleep, I'm working. So now what we need to do is install something called React Draft. So it's called React Draft. What you see is what you get. I know it sounds crazy, but that's literally what we're doing. So it's this one here. React Draft, what you see is what you get. So this thing, right? So this is basically what we're using right now, okay? So the way that we can go ahead and implement it is we can go ahead and say npm install, and this is the command, but we don't need to do npm install. We're doing yarn add, Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and copy this. And I'm going to go ahead and do a second terminal. And I'm going to say yarn add React draft, what you see is what you get, and draft.js. So these are two modules. Draft.js is a separate module, and we're doing what you see is what you get. Okay. And there we go. And then you also need to import the CSS. So this CSS right here. So at the top of the file, I'm going to go ahead and import that CSS. It's very important you do that. Otherwise, it will look horrible. Okay. So this is where I need you guys to follow me carefully now. Okay. So typically we do an import like this, but what we need to be careful of is that does the build work like an actual Google Docs? Yes, dude. Icon, Elias, it 100% works. So this is dope. And then if you go back and you go into your testing again, it's completely there. Works. And you can do all your editing, rich text editing, bold, italics, and all that stuff. You can do it all through here, and it saves to the database. So even if I come back, it works, right? So just a FYI, if you're tuning in late, smash thumbs up if you thought that was cool. All right, so now I need to import the editor. Now, when you're using Next.js, you're going to come up with these kind of errors. So if I go to this thing, as soon as I hit save now, watch what happens when I try and use the editor. It says window is not defined. This will drive you crazy when you are starting out with Next.js. All this means is that, remember, Next.js has two times where the page can get built. It can get built on the server over here, or it can get built on the client. On the client, we're running JavaScript. So over here, right? Oops, what's happened there? Yeah. So over here, we're running in JavaScript. Right? This is on the client. We're running JavaScript. But on the server, we're running in Node.js. In JavaScript, we have access to the window object. So that's a win, right? It works. That's meant to be a tick. It works. On Node.js, we don't have access to the window object, right? So we have to account for it and say only like import that package on the client, not on the server-side render. The way we do that is called dynamic import in Next.js, okay? So the way we do it is we import something. Oh my God, you are joking. We hit 1.7 likes. What? Guys, I'm speechless. Wow. Okay, thank you so much. Wow. Crazy stuff. Thank you guys. That's insane. All right, so now we've got the import, the dynamic, right? So to get rid of this issue that we're having, the way we do it is we take this underneath. Let's go over here. And rather than doing a normal import like this, we say const editor equals, and because this is an explicit, this is not a default import. Don't worry if it doesn't make sense. Revise it, come back, and it'll make sense. But when you have a named export like this, you have to do the following. So we say dynamic, and then what we do is we have a little inline function, and all we say here is import, and this is just a special React Next.js way of importing. And what we do is we say import it from this thing, and then after it comes back, right? So we say then, so after it's done the import, we get the module, because this actually has more than one module. If we click it, it's got loads of modules, right? We say get the module, and we only want the module called editor, right? So where have I gone? There we go. Then module. We only want the one which says module editor. So you see that? That's how you do it. And then you do a comma, and you say it says options, dynamic options, and all we're doing is returning server-side rendering off. So I'm going to explain this in a second now. Save. So rather than doing a normal import, we don't do the normal import. We do a dynamic import, which imports it from the dependency. We're getting the editor out of there, because before, remember, we're doing it. We're picking it from here, but this is how we do it in this manner. Same thing. We get the editor out, but we're saying only do it for the client side. Don't do it for server side rendering. Now, if I hit refresh, you see it works. It doesn't happen for the server render. It happens only for the client render. Okay, so I hope that made a little bit of sense, right? That's how we do it. So Elias says you are insane. Thank you so much, dude. Right, so I take that as a positive. So what we do now is I'm gonna have the editor on the screen, okay? So typically what we can do is we can say editor, and then we can just render it on the screen, right? So if I do that, boom, we get an editor. But obviously we haven't actually got any use out of this editor yet. Okay, so obviously right now it looks decent, right? And it can, but we need to have some state, we need to be able to track it, we need to upload things to our database, we need to do all of this stuff, right? Noy says, bro, you are lit. I thank you so much, dude. I really appreciate the kind words, honestly, right? So at this point for the div, I'm going to say class name equals, and I'm firstly going to set the scene a bit, right? So for the div, I'm going to say it should have a background, which is kind of an off gray. So this is a BG, and then we've got the custom color because we're using JIT. And there you go. That gives us the off kind of gray. I'm going to say the minimum height should be the screen, and I want the padding at the bottom to be a little bit additional, right? So now you can see it's all gray, and we have a little bit of additional padding at the bottom of the screen. There's a reason for that. I'll show you afterwards. It's when we have the document, it's so that we have a little bit more extra room. Otherwise, sometimes if it goes past the bottom of the screen, you wouldn't see this. So that's what the padding bottom 16 is for, this bit here, right? So now what we're doing is we're building out the rest of this, and then we're going to center the elements as well, okay? So for the editor, what we can do is we can actually customize it. So we can say the toolbar class name, and we can start applying classes to the toolbar, okay? So the toolbar, what we're going to say is we're going to say it's a flex class, and what we're also doing is we're going to make it sticky, right? So right now it's not sticky. It's just, you know, it just disappears, right? And I know it looks like it is, but it's not. So we're going to say flex. We're going to say it's sticky. It should stick to the top, which is top 0. And then what we're going to do is we're going to say Z index of, anytime you make something stick to the top, you should do a Z index of 50, right? We're going to justify it in the center. Now, if I try and do this and I set a margin X of auto, look what happens, right? I want you to pay very close attention to this. It doesn't center. This is because they have their own classes. So in Tailwind CSS, if you need to override something, you can do a bang before it, and this means important. Now, it overrid the classes that were underneath it. So that's actually a pro tip when you're doing this stuff, that if you need to go ahead and override something like a library class or whatever reason, then you can do it that way. So I hope that actually helps someone out, because that actually, it was a big eye opener for me when I was doing it. Okay, so that's how we do that. And then we've got so the toolbar is looking pretty good. And then what we also need to change is the editor, right? So the editor class name, and the editor class name is actually responsible for this. Okay, so the editor class name, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to say margin top of 6, right? So there we go, margin top of 6. And I'm actually going to say it's BG white. Ayush says, Sunny, it's been an honor working alongside you in previous. It's really helped me to get the internship in React. That's amazing, dude. Thank you so much. Right? So margin top of 6 separates it from the top. We're going to give it a shadow of large, so that way we can actually see the paper a little bit. So now we have like this paper-esque element. I'm going to kind of give it like an A4 kind of size. We're going to say max width 6 XL. Right, and this actually, so on mobile devices it doesn't get hit, but on the large device it will get hit. So it's kind of like an A4. It's a bit more than an A4, I guess. Maybe something like a 4 XL would be like a A4. I mean, you can get the exact value. It's up to you guys. You mess around with it however much you want. But that's what I'm going to do. That's pretty good, right? So that's about the max width. To center it, you do MX Auto. So it applies margins on the X and Y. So boom, so there you go. And then for the height, absent author, that's a challenge for you to do, dude. Collaborative editing, I'd let that be a challenge for everyone. I'm going to say margin bottom of 12. I'm going to give it a border as well. So a very subtle border. So little UI elements help us see these things. I'm going to give it a padding as well. Right, so right now you see we can type in it, but I want to give it a padding of 6. No, padding at 10, I think, padding at 10. So now look, this is dope. Look at that. This is awesome. And if I go ahead and bold stuff, make it italics, it's all working. But if I refresh, nothing happens. It defaults to this, you know, empty page, right? So empty page, that's no bueno. Sad, right? Doesn't work. So at this point, we want to fix that so that way when you type, it just saves in. For example, how we have it here is yo, Papa Fam. And if I refresh, it will actually be restored. So we want to get that working here, okay? Guys, I wonder if we can hit 1.8K. Honestly, I'll scream if we hit 2K. Right, so that's looking pretty good. So at this point, what we now need to do is I'm going to have it so that on the larger screen, so if you hit an extra large screen, it's going to actually change the margin top to nah, we don't need it. We don't need it. That's fine. It looks good actually. By the way, beautiful channel. I need to check your other videos. Thank you, the Master Tory. Make sure you subscribe. Right. So there you go. So we have it looking pretty good now. So now we need to implement some state. So anytime you want to keep track of something, you obviously need some state. So we're going to call it it's actually called the editor state. Okay. Now we're going to map this to a piece of state called the editor state. Obviously I need to change that now. Okay. I need to create this state. So I'm going to go to the top of my function and I'm going to go ahead and say const editor state, and we're going to call this one set editor state. So this is the standard for, when we create some state. And I'm going to say use state. Now this is the important part. We can't just give this an empty object or no. That text editor, this one, requires a certain structure. And we can't just use any structure for this, right? So the way we do it is we just import editor over here. The way we do it is we say editor dot create empty. Right, so it's literally called create empty, and what this will do is it was a thank you compilation. Appreciate you. And Max says, dude, you're actually amazing. I started watching your videos a month ago. Wow, I'm impressed. Thank you so much, Max. Appreciate that, dude. Really, really appreciate the kind words, guys. Honestly, I don't take it for granted. I try and read everything. Appreciate you guys so much. Right. So use state is not defined. Let's quickly import that one. Yep, and then hit save, and then it said editor create empty is not a function. So. Oh, sorry, messed up. It's not that one. You need to go ahead and import editor state from draft.js. That's the one. And then we say editor state. I was wondering why it wasn't coming up. Right, so here, what you should have seen is when you were typing editor state dot create empty, you'll see the function in IntelliSense. That was my bad. Okay. So you should see it like that come up, right? And what is this? Yeah. Perfect. So now you should get to this point where it still comes up, but when I type, I'm hitting the keyboard right now. I'm literally punching the keyboard. Nothing's coming up. Okay. So the reason being is because now we need to do a special sort of a mapping function. So the way we do this is we go down and we say, so we've got the kind of the illustration stuff happening down there. Over here, we need to say on editor state change. Okay, and what we do is we need to make a function here. So I'm going to make an external function called on editor state change, and I'm going to create that function, and that's going to belong that's going to actually belong above our return, so over here. Okay, so I'm going to say const and I'm going to say on editor state change, like so. Okay, hit save like this. Now we've got the on editor state change. So here what you get, they give you something called the editor state. So every time you start typing in the keyboard, it's dispatching something called the editor state as an action, right? So what we do here is all we need to do is say set editor state to the editor state here. Now, if I hit save, look at that, I get this. So you need to go ahead and actually get this working at this point, right? Make sure it's working at this point, and make sure you do this to get. Make sure this is working before you carry on. That's my point, yeah? So this is dope, right? But obviously if we refresh, it doesn't work. But now at least we have the editor state. Now if we actually inspect what that editor state is, so if I do console log editor state, it's kind of this weird object that we don't really know what's going on with it, but I'll show you how to manipulate it. So you can see the editor state, immutable. So you see as I type in, the editor state gets changed. Right, and this has like a big map of what the hell's going on, and it keeps track of everything here. Okay, so this is looking pretty good right now. Solomon says, hey Sonny, first time watching live, appreciate your content. Thank you so much, dude. Appreciate you, man. Srax, thank you so much, dude. Appreciate you. And Qatar, thank you so much. Rangels, Rangeles. Sorry if I pronounced it wrong. Thank you so much for tuning in. Right, so now what I'm going to do is the magic part. Okay, this is the part where we get everything to retain the information, where when we use it, we want to kind of retain onto it, right? So I'm going to open up my Firebase quickly. I'm going to get that docs up again. I want to see what's happening in the database. So I want to basically have the information retained in here, right? I want to have some information retained here. So the way it works is that we need to go ahead, and when we set the editor state, here I basically need to push it into the DB. So I need to go ahead and pull on my DB object. So we've got the DB up here. Doc collection. We're going to go into our user docs. Oops, doc collection. User docs, right? And then I'm going to say doc. Law says this is amazing content. Thank you so much, guys. Appreciate you. I'm going to say this is doc. And then we say session.user.email. You guys are making my day. Session.email. And then .collection. It's been a roller coaster ride today. Jesus. And then we can say docs. So now we're going into this structure. Okay, so we're basically starting off with user docs here, docs, and then we're going to go ahead and go into this one. Right, so that's what we're basically doing here. And the doc itself is going to be the ID. And again, where do we get the ID from? We get the ID from the URL over here. Okay, so if I want to get the URL, we need to get the... So I'm going to quickly do a pause here. Go and grab my my router. So I'm going to say const router equals use router, like so. Pull that in from Next.js, and then what we need to do is say get the ID from the root. So equals router.query, right? And this will go ahead, and this ID right here is actually this ID over here. So remember the doc/ID, okay? So that's how we do it. The code is not from zero from the stream start. So it will be all uploaded afterwards, guys. Don't worry. Everything will be from the stream start. Don't worry. Okay. So now what we do is we get the router query. So we've got it. We've got the ID now to access the object over here. And then we have access to this. So what I can do now is I do something called .set, which means I can actually update the information. Very important here, guys. Do parentheses, do curly braces, open it up. And before you do anything else, go to your curly brace, comma, do its options, basically. So you have another sort of, thing here, and you type in merge true. The reason why you do this is because we have information in here. We need to merge it when we update it, right? We really don't want to kind of lose the file name and timestamp, otherwise it breaks everything, right? So we want to keep information, hence we merge. So all I do here is I say editor state, and I want to upload my editor state, so whatever I have in here, to Firestore. How do I do that? Ajit says, yo buddy, truly inspired. Thank you so much, dude. Appreciate you. This is the harder part. I mean, it's very easy. It's one function, but I had to figure this one out if we're going through their docs. So we're going to need this magic function from draft.js. Convert to raw and convert from raw. Okay. Barbara, honor Sunny for a huge amount of knowledge. 2 weeks ago, I got my first intern job. Wow. Thank you. Amazing. That's well done. That's huge. All right. So we have that working pretty good. So now for the editor state, I'm going to go ahead and say, I can't just upload the state, right? It doesn't work. It's not serializable, which means I can't convert it to a JSON object so it gets stored in a Firestore database. It doesn't work. So instead what I do is I say convert to raw, which means I'm converting it to a raw format. And what I do is I pass my editor state and I say get current content. Okay. So what this is doing is it's taking my editor state, I'm getting the current content, and then this value that kind of gets calculated or whatever, I convert it to a raw JSON storable format. Okay. So I hope that makes a lot of sense. Blitz says, thank you. Oh, thank you so much, Blitz. Kind words. Honestly, you guys have been awesome. Wow. Thank you so much positivity. It helps me get through the end, right? So this now, as I type in, we should be able to see some magic. So let's go ahead and check it out. Right, so if I start typing in, session is not defined. Ooh, okay. So session is not defined. That's because we haven't actually poured in the session yet. So what we need to do is say const session, and remember we need to do the little little operator here. So we need to say session equals use session like this. Thank you so much, Shaija. Right, use session. I'm going to import like this. Nice. So now we have our session popping in. Okay. So now this is Firestore on the left, and look at that. As soon as I went into it, the editor state. So as soon as I type in now, this is so cool, guys. Look at that. Boom. Watch over here. Okay. Well, just watch over there as I type in. Oh, come on, guys. I think we should make this. I think we're still good. Okay. We are back. Master Tori says we are back. I think we're good. Okay, yes. We wow. Oh my God. Talk about roller coaster, right? All right, now I'm turning on the preview. I don't care. I want to see this. Oh my goodness. Well done, firstly, for sticking with me. Holy crap. All right, so as you can see, I'm going to get straight to it. As we type in, this is dope, right? This is amazing. Amazing stuff, guys. Honestly, you guys are awesome for sticking with it. Yeah, this is crazy, right? So this works, right? So this is dope. But when we refresh, what it's doing is it thinks that we're trying to update the editor state with like a blank value. And then what happens is it basically just, you know, it crashes. So it doesn't work the way we expect it to, right? Oops, what's happening here? Maybe I need to log in again. What happened there? Maybe my session got invalidated somehow. Okay. Go YouTube and then let's try again. This is cool. Okay. So you see how it works, but if I refresh, look what happens. It disappears and then it gets rid of it. So what we need to do now, thank you guys for sticking through, honestly. Wow. I can't believe that. Oh God. Okay. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and I need to actually retain the state. So I need to have something called a use effect. So a use effect is basically when the component loads, so when this page loads up, I need to pull the information from Firebase. Okay. So the first thing I need is use document once, which is that handy little sort of import from React Firebase hooks. Okay. So this will allow me to go to that document that we're pushing into and get the information from it. So I need to make a snapshot connection to it. So I need to connect to that database. I need to connect to this part of the database over here. Okay. And then I need to go ahead and say use document once. So I need to say use document once. And then I need to say db.collection. And then here I'll say user docs dot doc, and then here I'll say session.user.email. Okay, and then I go into it, I say dot collection, and then we go into the user's docs. So similar to what we've done before, I get into the document with the ID. Perfect. Okay, so this will give me the actual document that we're accessing right now. What we do next is we go ahead and do a use effect. Now, a use effect is a React sort of fundamental. If you don't know what it is, again, second link in the description gives you free access to a React Basics where I explain how to use the use effect. But in a nutshell, by having an empty dependency array, all it's doing there is it's basically when the component or when this page is loading, only run this block of code once. Okay, so only run the code block once. Run the code once. Okay, so what we do now is we basically go ahead and say if there is a snapshot, right? So remember it's asynchronous, so we're going to protect ourselves. If there is data and it's asynchronous, again protect ourselves. And if we have the editor state available, then what I want to do is I need to set the editor state. So I'm basically, when the component mounts, I'm setting the state, and this is where the magic kind of happens. Okay, so now what we do, guys, is we need to go ahead and say, I'm going to import draft, right? So Okay, so we're good. So we're so close to the end now. It's all over the place.